Those of you who are here at this time, if any of you that are standing would like to have a seat, there is overflow seating that's been set up in the Tejas room right across the hall. So they have made that arrangement for those of you who are standing who would prefer to sit. There is overflow seating in the Tejas room across the hall. Okay, looks like everybody's here. So we will call this regular meeting of the New Braunfels City Council to order at 6:10 p.m. on Monday, October the 10th, 2022. Ms. Martin, would you please call roll?
Councilmember Campos?
Here.
Councilmember Willis?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Bowers?
Here.
Councilmember Spradley?
Here.
Councilmember Herda?
Here.
Councilmember Blakey?
Here.
Mayor Brockman?
Here, thank you. We'd like to also ask that all of you who are here, if you would please silence your phones and other devices that you may have with you so that we don't have any unnecessary disruptions, but also understand that all emergency personnel will have theirs on. So if you will stand and join me for the invocation, followed by the pledges. Gracious Heavenly Father, as we join our hearts at this particular meeting tonight to do what we feel like is important business of the city of New Braunfels, we ask that you guide us through this process. We ask that you help us have conversation that is kind and respectful of others. We ask that you continue to watch over us as we do the right things for this community that we love and call our home. Help us also be mindful of the things going on around us. People who may need you, people who might be hurting, people who might be celebrating new life, people who might be celebrating those who have gone before them. Be with those as they are enjoying the day or having a difficult time. We also ask that you be with those men and women who protect us every day here in our community, our New Braunfels Police Department, our Comal County Sheriff's Office, our fire and EMS, working hard to do those things that we sometimes take granted for. We're thankful for them and continue to keep them safe. And last but certainly not least, please keep your arms around those men and women who stand guard here at home and around the world, protecting us and our freedoms that we so much enjoy as we are doing this evening. Keep them safe and be with their families as they wait their safe return home. We ask all this in Jesus' name. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible. Thank you. We'll recognize some folks with proclamations at this time. Okay, our first proclamation is recognition of Chamber of Commerce Week. So all of those who are here, I know Mr. Packer's here, and there's probably several others, Ian Taylor and Allison Humphreys. Anyone else that is here representing the Chamber? So, Chamber of Commerce Week. We're excited. Move down this way so we don't block what happens to be something that we're enjoying from our partnership with our friends in Braunfels, Germany, and that it kind of flows right into what the Chamber of Commerce has been doing for 100+ years. Proclamation, the state of Texas, county of Comal, city of New Braunfels. Whereas Texas has become an economic power thanks to the ingenuity and hard work of its residents, a citizenry full of entrepreneurs and innovators seeking to carve out a better life for themselves, their families, and their communities, and whose dreams in many cases become reality with the help of local chambers of commerce. And whereas local chambers of commerce, including our area chambers, have distinguished themselves through the promotion of local communities and projects, laying the foundation for many communities and contributing to a better future for all Texans by fostering job creation, improving education, and developing infrastructure. And whereas each year a week in October is dedicated to celebrating the achievements of the more than 600 local chambers of commerce in Texas. And in New Braunfels, we also take this time to recognize and show our support for our local community chambers of commerce. And whereas we encourage all residents of the greater New Braunfels area to recognize the vital and constructive accomplishments of these organizations, which are crucial to the past, present, and future development of our great communities. Now, therefore, I, Rusty Brockman, Mayor of the City of New Braunfels, Texas, do hereby proclaim October 17 through 21, 2022, as Chamber of Commerce Week. Congratulations, Mr. Packer, and the representatives here tonight. Let's give them a big hand.
Well, thank you, Mayor. Nathan just said that I was the talker. I think if you know Nathan, you know, anyways. The Chamber is an organization where entrepreneurs, business owners, employees, employers come together because they love where they live. And there's no chamber that does that better, that has more people that are engaged with that mission than here in New Braunfels. So it's a pleasure for me and my bodyguard, Phyllis, to work every day on behalf of our membership and our community. So thank you.
As a business owner, I just wanted to say that I appreciate the Chamber for me being able to live here in this town that I love so much. That's the best city in the state and nation and the world. But also do business here and not have to drive north or south on 35. And so the Chamber's advocacy and the programs it's got and how it connects me to other businesses really makes a difference. And so I appreciate you guys.
Thank you, guys, and congratulations. Have a great week. Okay, I'd like to recognize Chiropractic Health Month, Dr. Stamps, and all of you chiropractors and others who are associated with those folks. Come forward and we will recognize you. How are you? There's two of you. Well, that's one on each side. You can crack my back or something. How about that? Oh, wait a minute now. I'm not sure about that. Oh, man. The thorn amongst the roses here, I tell you. Proclamation, the state of Texas, county of Comal, city of New Braunfels. Whereas the opioid crisis continues to take a toll on the health and lives of millions of Americans and has now worsened in some communities during the COVID-19 pandemic. And whereas according to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, the CDC, as many as 1 in 4 patients who receive prescription opioids long-term for non-cancer pain struggle with addiction. And from 1999 to 2020, more than 260,000 people died in the U.S. from overdoses involving prescription opioids. And whereas the interest in and need for greater access to safe and effective non-drug, non-invasive approaches to pain management has increased. And whereas the American College of Physicians, ACP, released updated low back pain treatment guidelines in 2017, that promote the use of non-invasive, non-drug approaches such as spinal manipulation as a first line of defense against back pain before the use of pain medications and surgery. Whereas the draft 2022 CDC prescribing guidelines also promotes diverse approaches and varied pain management solutions and specifically encourages use of non-drug therapies as a first line of treatment for subacute and chronic pain and even some types of acute pain. And whereas doctors of chiropractic who focus on the whole person with their non-drug, non-invasive treatment for pain management, most notably spinal manipulation, can play an important role in helping patients lessen their reliance on pain medications. And whereas there is a growing body of research supporting the early use of chiropractic spinal manipulation in helping patients with chronic low back pain to reduce or eliminate their need for prescription opioid pain medications and surgery. Now, therefore, I, Rusty Brockman, Mayor of the City of New Braunfels, Texas, do hereby proclaim the month of October 2022 as Chiropractic Health Month in New Braunfels, Texas, and encourage all residents to support the Chiropractic on the Front Line for Pain campaign to take steps toward better musculoskeletal health. Congratulations, gentlemen, and thanks for being here to represent your great businesses. Thank you. Okay, they're going to give it up and go to work, I guess. Thank you, guys. We appreciate y'all being here. Okay, we've got Texas Native Plant Week, and if anyone's here for that we look forward to seeing these beautiful daisies and roses coming up here to talk about the Texas native plant, maybe a little bit. We'll keep moving around. Gene, okay. Y'all are pretty in your yellow and blue. My goodness. Proclamation, State of Texas, County of Comal, City of New Braunfels, whereas efforts from Native Plant Society of Texas members led in 2009 to the Texas legislature designated the third full week of October as Texas Native Plant Week. And whereas Texas native plants conserve water, provide habitats for birds, wildlife, and butterflies, and help protect the ecosystems as well as support pollinators. And whereas the Native Plant Society of Texas, founded in 1981, has 36 chapters promoting the conservation, research, and utilization of plants and plant habitats through education, outreach, and example. And whereas New Braunfels is fortunate to have two active chapters, the Lindheimer chapter, founded in 1999, and the New Braunfels chapter, founded in 2019, each chapter with over 100 members. And whereas the Lindheimer chapter has developed monarch way stations at the Heritage Museum of the Texas Hill Country, as well as at the Museum of Texas Handmade Furniture and Heritage Village, and also offers twice a year the Native Landscape Certification Program, a series of classes that teach the best practices for native plant landscape and habitat preservation and introduction. And whereas the New Braunfels chapter has developed butterfly gardens at Sealy Elementary School and Conservation Plaza, planted and maintained the gardens at Landa Park's Pioneer Family Monument, and joined with Headwaters at the Comal to present a native plant landscaping class each spring and fall. And whereas native plants are beneficial to have in your garden since they help prevent erosion by having a root system to hold down surrounding soil, provide cooling effect, and lower the temperature in your yard, are a great source of food and habitat, and even provide oxygen for us. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that I, Rusty Brockman, Mayor of the City of New Braunfels, Texas, proclaim October 16th through the 22nd, 2022, as Texas Native Plant Week in New Braunfels, Texas, and I do hereby call upon our citizens to join in recognizing and participating in this special observance. Congratulations, and thank you for your work throughout our community. Anyone like to say anything? We appreciate you.
I have a shaky voice, so y'all have to be patient with me. But I wanted to recognize the Comal County Conservation Alliance because they are here with us tonight, as well as some master gardeners, some master naturalists, and Headwaters at the Comal. All of those organizations help support getting native plants into the environment to protect our wildlife and the pollinators. So thank you very much.
Thank you again for everything you do. We appreciate all of you. Okay, we'll move on to the next item, citizens' communications. This time is for citizens to address the city council on issues and items of concerns not on this agenda. In the interest of protecting the city's network and data, we are asking, or we are not accepting flash drives or electronic files to be used during citizens' communications. We hope that if you have hard copies or the overhead projector can be used for documents that you would like for the mayor and city council to view. There will be no city council action at this time on any items that are discussed. So we would invite anyone who has come to discuss something that is not on tonight's agenda to please step forward to the podium, state your name and address for the record, and limit your comments to 5 minutes or less. Welcome.
Hey, it's Easton Smith, 2340 Wagner. Council members, mayor, community. I'm here on behalf of the Four Rivers Association of Realtors to read you guys off the housing report for this month. New Braunfels market has made another shift in October. Inventory increased and so did sales, backing a national trend. Inflation continued to show itself with above average home price and median prices increasing this month. It'll be interesting to see what effect this last increase in interest rates has on the real estate industry as a whole, as well as the economy in general. Houses available under $200,000 are 1. That's even to last month. Houses available between $200,000 and $300,000 are 30. That's up 9 from the previous month. Houses available between $300,000 and $400,000 are 129, which is up 15. Houses available between $400,000 and $500,000 are 87. That's down 13. Houses available over $500,000 are 268, and that is up 19. The total available homes are 511. This is up 33 from the previous month. The total sales in the last 30 days are 123. That's up 32 sales from the previous month. Number of homes available considered quasi-affordable, which is under $275,000, are 6. That is down 1. There are now 19 units available for move-in inventory, new construction homes within 5 miles of New Braunfels. That's up 5. Apartment numbers are still trending at about 97%. Rent homes available now, 92. This is up 17 with only 6 below $1,500 a month. 32 rentals between $1,501 and $2,000 and 53 rentals above $2,000 a month or over $2,000 a month are available. It takes an income of $72,000 to qualify for a $2,000 a month rent. Sales price average for New Braunfels year to date is $431,934, and the median is $379,767. The market is in flux with more inventory. Sales are up, but interest rates will affect this, but it won't show for a couple of months in a significant way. Keep in mind that the increased interest rates will have an effect on all areas of economy. If you guys have questions about this report or anything, please talk to me or my colleagues at the Four Rivers Association of Realtors, and thank you as always for allowing us to provide this report.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak on an item that is not on tonight's agenda? Please state your name and address for the record and limit your comments to 5 minutes or less.
Thank you. Yes, my name is George Green. I'm at 238 Loma Vista Street here in New Braunfels, Texas. To the mayor, city council, city staff, I'm here on a happy occasion today. I am one of the governor's appointees for the One Star Foundation here in the state of Texas. For those of you not familiar with us, you can easily Google us and pull up what the One Star Foundation does. But we primarily deal with disaster fund. You know, we give out money and people like to see us come because we're going to help them with whatever their ailments are. But today, I'm here to invite all nonprofits in the city of New Braunfels and in Comal County to a summit we're going to have next year, March of 2023 in Austin, Texas. It's a statewide summit, and it'll be educational for all of those that are involved in that nonprofit industry. And I encourage you to encourage our nonprofits here in the county and the city to attend And I am one of 26 across the state of Texas that will be doing the same thing. We started out with our legislators, our state representatives, and our senators, inviting them. And now we're here at our local level, inviting you as a city. We'll also do the same thing for the county. So we encourage y'all to come to attend in 2023. And it'll be a fun time and an educational time for all of us. Rewarding. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else like to make a comment on any item not on tonight's agenda?
Hi, Kelly Stallings, 322 Little Bear Creek Road, and with NB Housing Partners. I am glad that the Board of Realtors gentleman spoke first, and I would like to follow up with that. To just let you know the pressure points that we are experiencing in the community due to the inadequate supply of affordable housing. So in a community that's growing as quickly as we are, it is important to have housing at all income levels. When you don't, that impacts the ability for employers to have an adequate workforce. And so we've heard more employers complaining that they've had to cancel jobs, they've lost business, they've had to delay the kind of services they're providing or decrease their usual supply of services because they've not been able to get an adequate workforce to be able to be there. We've also seen on the prevention end for helping those who are at risk of losing their housing, experiencing a higher demand for their services. And so I thank you for providing more funding for utility assistance through the McKenna Foundation that can be funneled to nonprofit agencies as part of Comal County Cares to address that. But in addition to utility assistance, they're also providing rental assistance, they're also providing food assistance, and they're providing financial literacy in order to be able to help people problem solve so that they can remain in their housing. When housing is not something that can be maintained because of life issues, whatever those may be, in addition to the lack of affordable housing, then crisis housing is available in our community through the Crisis Center of Comal County, who serves females and female-headed households and males on occasion, through NB Housing Partners, who is serving males and couples, through Connections, Individual and Family Services, who is serving youth, and also as a next step, Family Promise, who is providing longer-term crisis housing for families as they, through the help of churches, until they are able to get back on their feet. Just as an example, NB Housing Partners, in the first 12 months of our services, starting February 1st of 2021, we served 242 individuals. We partnered with Acacia Medical Mission to provide medical services. We partnered with Salvation Army to provide meals and other support services. And then in September of last year, we also made a really strong partnership with the Crisis Center of Comal County and with Comal Mental Health, our local mental health authority, in order to help more people move from losing their housing into stable housing situations. And since that project started September 1st of 2021 until the end of August, we served almost 500 individuals. As an example, with NB Housing Partners, we went from 242 in one 12-month period, and then in that next 12-month period with that increased partnership, we served 368. And that is not because we added more beds or we provided more services. We were providing housing and support services all along, but it's an indicator of the need that is continuing to grow. So without that extra help on the housing end, we're going to continue to see that number continue to grow. As you've seen, I think the Housing Authority talked maybe in August. They said they had a 5-year waiting list and stopped taking applications. Prospera Community Housing Solutions, who runs 2 different apartment communities in New Braunfels, in order to be able to make sure that people have that affordable housing, are at a year waiting list. So as the gentleman from the Board of Realtors mentioned, there really is not a lot around for someone who is making $20 or less an hour. And so that means they either have to make friends with someone or they have to stay in an abusive relationship just to be able to stay housed. We'd like your support with continuing to look at solutions to address affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to make a comment on items not on tonight's agenda?
Hi, Nicole Lawson, 249 Bending Oak. Last city council meeting, when we talked about the taxes being raised or not raised, there was an actual citizen that came up here, and that was what preceded what I'm talking about today, is a safety issue about giving our addresses. We're a big city now, and a bunch of people have talked to your own police chief, Chief Lane, and he even agrees it's a safety issue. The citizen that was up here actually admitted to looking up people's addresses. And I know we're public information, but now anybody can go back and just watch the videos and just, if they don't agree with something, people have shown up at people's houses. And it's kind of scary. If you're a single woman, you're afraid to even come up here and talk. So that's stifling your First Amendment. If you want to say something, it is a safety issue, so maybe we can consider just writing it down before we come up here. That's just changing the protocol. Austin doesn't do it. San Antonio doesn't do it. San Marcos doesn't do it. So maybe it's just something we can rethink.
Anyone else like to make any comments on any item that is not on tonight's agenda?
Jim Holster, 234 Elmwood Drive, New Braunfels, Texas. I'm here to talk about the utility program, which I want to compliment you for finally rolling one out. Many other cities rolled it out earlier, but it's better late than never. And from that, and I also want to thank you, I taught school 1971 for using a technology that was prevalent in 1971. It's an overhead projector. So we're not, I know there's been a lot of improvement in that area, so we're kind of backward looking. I think you ought to take a look at doing forward looking on citizens could screen their IT material and present. And you can run I was in IT security also later in my career, and I know that we also required it of our contractors when they came in. All right. This data is going to be hard to read from up here. I will kind of read it for those. This is the food stamp, but we're talking about how things are bad here or could be improved here. This is food stamp data for the month of August. I guess the state usually would have September up by now, but it isn't not there yet. I guess we're closing out their fiscal year. And from that, you can see SNAP benefit payments. There was 1,200,000 in the month of August. Guadalupe County was 1.8 million, which a portion of that would be in Comel or in the city of New Braunfels. The average benefit paid to people was $311 per family, and in Guadalupe County was $317. The state, just in the month of August, was $475 million. So you could figure that out, multiply it by 12, how many federal dollars are flowing in on the SNAP program or food stamp, depending on your preference. So there's a need here. There's a need for utility assistance. There's a need for some of the housing programs that someone else mentioned. And so I just want you to take that into context. And if I had my PowerPoint presentation, I would be doing something else and we'd be in the... But I will stay in 1971. All right, here is for those you can't read it, it's on the website for the New Braunfels various 4 groups that are rolling out the utility assistance program. The income is I think at 4, tops out at $55,000. and for a person of one tops out at $27,000, and you're eligible for utility assistance. What has not been disclosed or in any of the literature is, what does that mean? Does that mean that we'll pay 50% of your utility bill? Will we pay 10% of your utility bill? I would ask that you make that information public instead of keeping it in a closed door. Food stamp program, the state, you can go exactly and see how much benefit you're going to get. And so we need to be doing that so that people out there that are hurting, they might not even know they're eligible. Or they might say, well, I'd only be eligible for 10 when it turns out they're eligible for $200. So what is the information? Let's be more transparent, and let's try to get out there and help people. Now, when you rolled out the utility assistance program, you said, well, we don't know how much to spend, so we're just going to like shoot a basketball in a dark gym at night and put $500,000 out there. So there was no data. So here's what you need to find out. How many applications were received by the partners since January 2021, the average utility grant, and the total grants awarded? The city needs to implement in their program background. How's the utility assistance grant calculated? How many applications have been received since implementation? You need to know that. Average utility grant per household size. Now, it's only been 2 weeks, but you should know something by now. Number of applications pending, those less than 30 days, you need to get a report on this every week. More than 30 days pending, number of applications approved by income level on that chart I showed you, number of applications approved by council district. On the website that's posted, it does list council districts, so that's easily determined by your contractor. The number of applications that have been denied by council district, including the reason income exceeds limits, failure to return information. And this is the most important thing I'm going to say tonight, because 2 of on council said you're willing to put more money into it. I don't know where the money's going to come from, because a drop dead date is coming on ARPA funds, and you know it. And so where are you going to get the money? And your fiscal accounting guy could tell you when that drop dead date is. 2 other cities, though, told me it's really close.
Mr. Holster, your time is up. Thank you for your comments.
I want you to be more transparent, and I want you to tell us where that additional funding is going to come from.
Thank you very much. Anyone else like to make any comments on an item that is not on tonight's agenda?
Hello, my name is David Ozuna. I'm at 503 San Antonio Street. And today is Indigenous Day or Columbus Day. I'm both Huahuiltecan Indian and Spanish, so, you know, cover the whole gamut. It's very encouraging seeing everybody here today. This is my first council meeting, and there's plenty of folks here who seem very concerned about all different types of things. It's very encouraging. I guess my message here today is just one of inclusion, one of like to challenge folks to learn their differences, learn their cultures. You know, I love seeing German flags flying over New Braunfels. I love to see Mexican flags and Italian flags and Irish flags. I think many times here as Americans, we maybe weren't encouraged to learn more about ourselves individually and collectively. So I'd like to just encourage us to celebrate our differences and especially our similarities. We're in a place that has been drawing people here far before we were here. We as in German or Spanish. People have been coming here for tens of thousands of years. Buttercup Creek recently here north of San Antonio, or north of Austin, they discovered a stone structure dating 14,500 years old. It's 3,000 years prior to the Clovis migration. So we're rich in history here, rich in history, and I encourage us to learn individually, collectively, to teach our children and to remember that people have been coming here for thousands of years, and they will continue to come here for thousands of years, long before we were here and long after we're gone. We have many rich resources here. our water being one of them, our soil being the other. And we're blessed. We're blessed in many, many different ways. It's very encouraging seeing everybody here concerned with all different types of things and working towards collectively for a better future for ourselves and our children. So I'd like to say thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Anyone else like to make a comment comments on any items not on tonight's agenda? Please step forward. State your name and address for the record.
Susie Pratt, Evergreen Estates. I just want to make it kind of short and sweet tonight. So 2 council meetings ago, there was a item that was originally on the consent agenda. However, if Lawrence Bradley had not pulled that off the consent agenda, I feel like I wouldn't even have had my attention drawn to that item. That item was the Spark Small Business Center. Whether or not this remains a legal conflict of interest or not, I don't know. Ethically, I would like to see more city council members, and especially, Mayor Rusty Brockman, when you are on the board of directors for a nonprofit organization that we are deliberating and voting on, giving funds to at least state that information, and preferably I would like to see a little bit more recusal on things like that, regardless of whether or not it's a legal conflict of interest, because ethically, to me, I didn't think that that was a very transparent action to be voting on that 2 months ago, or 2 weeks ago, 2 city council meetings ago. That's all I have to say. I hope that we keep that in mind, voting on ARPA funds here in the future, and many other things coming down the pike. Thank you.
Ms. Acevedo, statement of fact, if that was referring to the Spark Small Business Development Center, I am not on that board any longer, and I haven't been for several years, if that was the comment.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, I wanted to make sure there was a statement of fact.
Yeah, you can only provide statement of fact or existing policy that responds to the citizen's comment.
Okay. Thank you. Anyone else want to make any comments to any item not on tonight's agenda? Okay, we'll move on to the presentations. And so that with permission from council, we would like to move up B first so that the presentation can be made. Is everyone okay with that? So we'll move B, New Braunfels, Texas Partnership Committee's 175th anniversary, a gift from Braunfels, Germany. And I'd like to invite Ms. Helgard Sewer-Hollis to the podium to handle this item. You're going to need to stand. Yes, ma'am. You'll need to stand at that podium for the microphone, please.
Yeah. We are members of the Partnership Committee locally, and years ago, we don't have a picture. There is a plaque on Main Plaza and a tree, a friendship tree. So since Braunfels is our sister city, and our partnership planned to present a plaque to the group in Braunfels, and we had the privilege in September, our mayor, first lady, and several other people from New Braunfels went to Braunfels, and we had a very nice reception from the Partnership Committee, and they gave us, so we dedicated the plaque from them, and they presented our city with a gift from the Partnership Committee, and it's my privilege to present it to the council.
We'll leave it. Hey, just leave it. Yeah. Don't pick it up because it's too heavy for you. Don't pick it up. But thank you, Ms. Sewer-Hollis. We appreciate you guys. being here.
And what I just want to add to this, that the tree on the plaza has a plaque, like Helgar said, in front of it. It's a dedication of friendship from our founding city. What happened was 10 years ago, the Parks and Recreation person from Braunfels, Germany, was here for Wurstfest and took 10 pecans out of Landa Park and planted them over next to the castle in Braunfels. And so the tree over there is an actual Texas pecan tree that was dedicated.
And I just want to say, Helgard, thank you for allowing me to be part of that presentation. Melissa and I enjoyed being there and seeing that partnership of the people from here with the people from Braunfels. And to the point of the gentleman who got up and talked about heritage and how important that is to us, that stretches across the ocean, doesn't it? It stretches around the world, and we are significantly better people when we can have those kinds of relationships, not only from the history, but then also looking forward to where we're going. And the folks in Braunfels were extremely kind and polite and welcoming. And the gift to recognize our 175th, it took a little while to get here. It wasn't because it was a slow boat. It's because COVID prevented them from traveling, and they sent their best to us through Helgard and the partnership group. And so thank you for the work that the partnership team does here to keep that friendship going. So I appreciate everything you do, and I know the rest of council does as well. So thank you for being here tonight. Okay, we'll move back to item A, which is the 2022 River Season Report. Ms. Niles, welcome.
Thank you. Tonight I'll be giving a quick presentation about the 2022 river season. We had some improvements this year. Starting off the year, we improved the shuttle permit process. So in the past, it was just a flat permit process, but now there's a true renewal process for those that have existing permits, and then an application process for those that are going to have new permits. The Prince Tom's parking lot was resurfaced, which was really nice, a nice even surface for people to park on. We got new awning covers at the last public exit shuttle zone. Those were in need of repair. We had a lot that were damaged, and so those look nice now as well. We expanded the River Operations Division to include a part-time employee, and then also the outfitter's use of smart sheets. So now almost every article of information that we receive from outfitters comes through a digital format. In the past, we used to have a lot of paper documents. There was a lot of time spent that they were having to fill out paper documents and send them over. We had lots of binders, and now all of that is digital. And then last, we got a new point of sale system at the river booths. And so this helped to make shorter wait times for those guests that are coming up to the parks and paying for the river management fee at the park. We also had a couple big projects that we've been working on this year. One of them was the release of the safety video. Some of you may have seen it. If you visited one of the movie theaters locally, they played it during some of the advertisement times. Or on YouTube and Facebook. There was over 600,000 impressions this year for that safety video. And the goal was just to get a message out to people, to let them know that they're in a natural environment, let them know, kind of what they're entering into, some tips and tricks on how to have a safe and enjoyable trip when they come to visit the Comal in Guadalupe and New Braunfels. We also have the Comal River and Park Sign Program. This program has a special focus on safety signage, but also directional signage, rules signage as well, but a heightened focus in what our safety signage is to make sure that it's effective. So that way, when people are visiting the parks, they're getting the right messages so that they can make smart choices when they're on the rivers. And then last, Texas Highways Magazine is going to feature the Comal River in 2023 in July. So that's really exciting for us. It was really fun to get to work with someone who wants to write a really positive story about the Comal River, in the sense of not to bring an increase in tourism, but to have people be more educated when they show up here and know how to tube the Comal and the Guadalupe rivers here correctly. So at the end of every season, I try and take time to think about what were some of the common themes, or what are some of the things that were unusual about this year. And so there's 2 slides that will kind of go over some of the summaries for that. It was really hot and really dry. I don't have to tell anybody that it didn't rain like all summer and that it was super hot. So starting off in May, it was already in triple digits. We don't usually see those kinds of temperatures until later in June, early July. And so we had lots of big crowds earlier in the summer than we were used to, and I think a lot of that had to do with the temperatures. We had no river closures this season. Typically, well, more than typically, almost every year since I've been with the city, we've had a closure on Memorial Day weekend due to a high water event, and this year that wasn't even close to the case. We had no river closures due to high water events at all this year. The float was long. Because of the slow flow, the float was over 4 hours in July, and so that just had an impact on how long it takes for people to get from our entrance to the exit, potentially how intoxicated they are or how dehydrated they are. But thankfully, with that in mind, we didn't have a huge increase in the number of incidents. There was no staging days on the Comal River entrance. So typically in the summer, we have a lot of days where we get very busy at peak hours between 1 and 3 o'clock. We have to close down the Comal River entrance and let people in a slower fashion. So we don't close the river down, but we close the entrance and allow 100 to 150 people in every 10 minutes. But this year there was no need for staging. A lot of that had to do with the slow flow again, because people were getting above the tube chute and they weren't going anywhere fast. So it was taking them a long time to get to the tube chute, and then they were getting pretty spaced out after they got through the tube chute. For the first time, we had all 5 paid parking lots open, and they all had some sort of improvement on them, whether it was new paint or new surfacing or a new redesign. So that was really exciting this year as well. And then we had high visitor numbers and revenues through July. And so we were really excited about that going into July. And then once the last weekend of July hit, we had a really sharp drop off. So both of those were really unusual. I've never seen numbers as high as they were going into July, and I've never seen numbers as low as they were going through August. Visitor patterns were unlike what they had been in the past. They were very unusual from my perspective. One of the things I love doing is looking from weekend to weekend over the past several years and seeing what the trends are. Typically, there's very similar peaks and very similar lows from one weekend to the next, and this year it was kind of all over the place. It made it a little bit harder to plan ahead of time for staffing, or a little bit harder to plan what we were going to anticipate seeing, but overall it still went well. There was more families coming before 4 p.m. Another trend that was a little unusual. Typically, we either see like a lot more families coming or a rowdier crowd coming overall, but this was more of like a split. Before 4 p.m., we saw more families. After 4 p.m., we saw a little more rambunctious crowd coming in. Sundays were significantly less busy this summer, but there was an increase in behavior problems Sunday leading into the evenings. So while we were maybe less busy on the total number of people, staff wasn't necessarily less busy on Sundays. And that led to the tube chute gates being closed at 7 p.m. on weekends. In order to address some behavior concerns, the police department and the parks department made the decision to close the gates at the tube chute at 7 p.m. on Saturdays and Sundays. And that kind of pushed everybody out of that park area. They were still allowed to go to Hinman. The river was still open. We just weren't open at that area for people to congregate in. The free life jacket program saw a tremendous amount of use this year. And for the last 3 years, I've come and said there's been, an unmarked, unprecedented number of life jackets being used. And this year, there was a continued growth, and it was a significant amount of growth for that program. I think a lot of it has to do with how long the float was. So we weren't able to keep up with the stock of life jackets as well as I would have liked. But it was because we weren't getting them back as quickly as we're used to. Typically, the float on the Comal River is an hour to an hour and a half from our entrance. And then, like I said earlier, it was over 4 hours come July. And then last, our parking and litter totals pointed to higher weekday use. And so I'm going to kind of jump straight into that with some data here. So if you can note, in 2022, those numbers are still not complete. We still haven't received our September numbers. Those are actually due from our contractor today, and so those numbers will be updated this week. But as you can see, our scuba totals were already surpassing that of the last few years, and our litter totals were significantly higher than they had been in the past. So the litter totals here really point to anything that wasn't disposed of properly. That's not all river litter in the sense that like we weren't pulling 32,000 pounds from the river itself. It's from the parking lots, it's from the parks properties that are on the river or city properties that are on the rivers, as well as what's on the surface of the river and what's pulled out with our scuba efforts. But even with that, our scuba efforts were higher this year than they had been in the past. I think a lot of this points to higher use during the weekdays, because as we get farther into this presentation, I'll show you that the compliance, the number of citations written by our police department for disposable containers was a fairly high number. So at 375 citations for the river season, that means they were very active in writing citations, and that 375 doesn't mean they only talked to 375 people and wrote them a citation for a disposable container ordinance. They take and confiscate those disposable containers from thousands of other patrons that are there on the weekends. And so there are lots of people that are getting these points of contacts from police officers. And even with that, 375 of them received citations. So to me, to have that high of a total for litter points to more weekday use when there's less enforcement. And so that's something we're going to be looking at this next year and hoping that we can address through some other actions. For lifeguard activity, you'll see that over the years it has been trending down, but this year was significantly lower. That one's easy to explain with the very low flow. We only have lifeguards on the Comal River at the tube chute. And towards the middle to end of the summer, if you fell out of your tube at the tube chute, you just need to stand up because it was very shallow and it was pretty slow. And so there wasn't a significant need for an increase in lifeguard activity. And also over the years, they've been training, they've been increasing their training and changing their training for that open water activity. And so I think that points to just a stronger lifeguard activity as well. Parking revenue was extremely significant this year. This was the first year for the River Fund that parking revenue was more than the river management fee revenue. And so there was $547,000 collected through parking revenue this year. All 5 parking lots were open, so that is a factor, but really comparing just the Prince Psalms parking lot from year to year, there was a significant increase in the amount collected through Prince Psalms Park, again, which would point to weekday activity, in my opinion. We have parking revenue is collected 7 days a week, while the river management fee is only collected on weekends and holidays. And so our river management fee we'll talk about in a minute, and so there's a decrease in the amount of revenue collected there with a significant increase in the amount of revenue collected through parking. And so I think a lot of that has to do with the number of people coming Monday through Friday. There was also a very limited number of rain days. We start charging for parking on May 1st. And like I said earlier, it was over 100 degrees for most of May, so people were coming out early. And then when we did finally start getting some rain, it was about mid-August, and at that point, we typically have a drop-off in the number of attendants anyways, so it wasn't a big hit to have rain days during that time. This slide talks about the river management fee. So like I said a minute ago, there was a decrease in the total amount of river management fees collected this year, but going into July, we would not have guessed that was the case. We were collecting more in river management fees in May and June and through the first 3 weeks of July than we had ever collected as a total with River Outfitters and the City of New Braunfels. And then towards the end of July through August and Labor Day weekend, significantly lower. It basically went from one end of the spectrum to the other. A lot of that still has to do with when school activities start, and there's, I think, unknown factors as well. Some of the conversations I'd had with River Outfitters were circled around gas prices and inflation and all these different factors that were new this year. And one fun fact is just that 22% of the total collection of river management fees come from the City of New Braunfels collection points. And so those are out over at the parks, over at the tube chute, while 78% are collected from the River Outfitters, so the guests going to the River Outfitter. And so I think that's significant to point out every year because that percentage from of people going to the outfitters has been steadily increasing. And so guests are coming to town, they're looking for river outfitters to go to first rather than bringing their own equipment to the park. And so I think that's a positive trend that you want to see, because in theory, those people will get better education, they'll get better equipment, they'll have a ride back, and it frees up parking for those that are coming. And I also think it points to a lot of first-time users or people who are unfamiliar with the tubing experience. People who are more familiar with tubing may choose to bring their own equipment. People who are not as familiar are more likely to go to a river outfitter. So this chart compares the river fund for revenues and expenditures. And so at the end of this year, we estimate that there's an overflow of revenue. So we have a balance that we're going to be carrying. And so while the chart shows next year that we're not predicting for revenues to hit expenditures or to be able to cover expenditures, there is a fund balance at this time. So if you look at the budget document that y'all reviewed, it doesn't show that there would need to be a general fund transfer next year. And there's enough in there to cover that. This past weekend, we had our 6th annual Dos Rios Watershed Cleanup. It was a really good event. We had good weather for it, and we had some really great sponsors that made this event possible for us. Everyone who came, or almost everyone who came, was able to get a Chick-fil-A sandwich until they were sold out, as well as a t-shirt and a pen and all the cleanup supplies they could need so that they can go and clean up our watershed. We had over 150 participants come out on Saturday, so that was really exciting for us, and this is an event we really look forward to every year. And lastly, the River Advisory Committee will be working on some of these projects coming up for this next year. One of those kind of points back to that slide comparing revenues and expenditures. We know that there's an increase to everything that we're doing right now, whether it's employees or whether it's items that we're purchasing and that we need for our river operations. And so we're going to be looking with the River Advisory Committee at some long-term river fund planning. There's also the Comal River Improvements Project. It's been an ongoing project, and so the River Advisory Committee will continue to get updates and providing input on that project. Also, the River Parks, Comal River and Parks Sign Plan. We're moving into the final stages of that, and so we'll be looking to do implementation this year. And then lastly, the River Advisory Committee is always asking, on an annual basis, if City Council has any direction or input for them on things that they could be looking at in this next year. And so if you'd like to provide input to me at this time, I can take that to them, or if you'd like to send me an email or another note, I'd be happy to take it to them in any way.
Okay. Any council person want to?
Ms. Niles, thank you for your thank you for your presentation. And you may not have this off the top of your head, so if you don't, please, I understand. But first and foremost, I'm delighted to hear that yet for another year that the expenditures are covered by the fees that are collected. It wasn't that long ago that wasn't true, that there had to be a general fund transfer. Can you remind us, if you recall, the last time we had to do a general fund transfer?
There was a small general fund transfer in 2020, and then before that in 2017, there was a transfer as well. I started with the city in 2016, and there was a large transfer then, and then another transfer the year after.
Okay, so pretty much since 17, there was a small transfer in 20, but other than that, it's been solvent in relation.
For the last few years.
Okay, thank you very much.
Any other questions or comments from Ms. Niles? Thank you and your team and the River Activities Committee for their work. We appreciate that. All right, minutes. Good job. Minutes. Approval of the minutes for Executive Council meeting September 26, 2022, and the regular council meeting September 26, 2022. Is there a motion to approve?
I motion to approve with one amendment. On item J, it states that I made a presentation, and I would hate to take that. Out of all the hard work that Mr. Looney has done on his presentations, I'd hate to take credit for it. So again, I make a motion to amend on item J, Christopher Willis be replaced with Christopher Looney.
Second.
Were there any other corrections besides that one? Okay. We have a motion made by Councilmember Willis, seconded by Councilmember Herta with that one change to and that was the regular council meeting.
Correct.
Okay. Ms. Martin, would you please call roll?
Councilmember Campos.
Aye.
Councilmember Willis.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Bowers.
Aye.
Councilmember Spradley.
Aye.
Councilmember Herda.
Aye.
Councilmember Blakey.
Aye.
Mayor Brockman.
Aye, motion carries. Consent agenda. All items listed below are considered to be routine and non-controversial by the City Council and will be approved by one motion. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless a council member or citizen so requests, in which case the item will be removed from the consent agenda and considered as part of the normal order of business. Citizens must be present to pull an item. Any council member wishing to pull an item? Ms. Martin, have we had anyone?
No, sir.
Okay. Item A, approval of a resolution adopting the investment policy for the City of New Braunfels, including the broker, dealer, and counterparties list. Item B, approval of and authorization for the city to enter into a cost-sharing interlocal agreement with Comal County to pursue National Register of Historic Places district nomination of the New Braunfels downtown area. Item C, approval of a resolution, ratification of the submission of an application to the Office of the Governor, Public Safety Office, Criminal Justice Division's Bullet Resistant Shield Grant Program for fiscal year 2023 to request funding for ballistic shields for school resource officers and authorization for the city manager to act on behalf of the city in all matters related to the grant if awarded. Item D, approval of a resolution designating the investment officers for the City of New Braunfels. Item E, approval of a ratification of the submission of a grant application to the U.S. Department of Justice fiscal year 2022 Bulletproof Vest Partnership Program. Authorization for the city manager to accept funds and execute all contract documents associated with the grant, and approval of a purchase with Angel Armor, LLC, for bulletproof vests for the New Braunfels Police Department. Item F, approval to purchase supplemental furniture for the new police station with core office interiors. Item G, approval of a contract with ARC Document Solutions for document preparation, scanning, and indexing of various platting, permitting, and zoning documents. Item H, approval of an issuance of an invitation for competitive sealed proposals for two projects, County Line Road and Klein Road Phase 2, since the City Council finds that this delivery method will provide the best value to the city. Item I, approval of a contract with United Rentals for service and rental of portable toilets. Item J, approval of annual routine recurring expenditures for fiscal year 2023 in accordance with City Charter Section 9.17. Item K, approval to amend the number of full-time equivalent FTEs as adopted in the fiscal year 2022-2023 budget for DOS Rec from 100.25 FTEs to 99.25 FTEs. Item L, approval of the second and final reading of an ordinance regarding a proposed rezoning of approximately 0.21 acres to apply a special use permit to allow short-term rental of a residence in the C3 Commercial District in City Block 1072, Lot 15, addressed at 220 Perryman Street. Item M, approval of the second and final reading of an ordinance regarding a proposed rezoning of approximately 0.9642 acres from the R2 Single and Two Family District to C1A Neighborhood Commercial District in the City Block 5054 subdivision, Lot 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, addressed at 257 East South Street. Item N, approval of the second and final reading of an ordinance regarding a proposed rezoning of approximately 25.097 acres from APD, Agricultural Pre-Development District, to MUA, Mixed Use Low Intensity District, out of the R. Jimenez Survey, abstract number 347, addressed at 409 Franks Road. And item O, approval of the second and final reading of an ordinance regarding a proposed rezoning of approximately 0.573 acres from M1 Light Industrial District to R2A Single Family and Two Family District in the Starlight Terrace Subdivision, Unit 1, Block 1, Lot 9A, addressed at 1039 Seidel Street.
Move for approval.
Second. Motion made by Mayor Pro Tem Bauer, seconded by Councilmember Hurta to approve the consent agenda items A through Z. Ms. Martin, would you please call roll?
Councilmember Campos.
Aye.
Councilmember Willis.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Bowers.
Aye.
Councilmember Spradley.
Aye.
Councilmember Hurta.
Aye.
Councilmember Blakey.
Aye.
Mayor Brockman.
Aye. Motion carries. We will take a 10-minute recess. open session at 7:28 p.m. on Monday, October the 10th, 2022. We'll move into the individual items for consideration. Item 3A, discuss and consider the approval of the second and final reading of an ordinance regarding a requested rezoning of property currently addressed at 1720 Hunter Road from R2 Single Family and Two Family District to C1A Neighborhood Commercial District with a special use permit to allow coffee roasting and related warehousing in association with an existing coffee shop on approximately 0.85 of an acre out of Lot 12E, the re-subdivision plat of Lots 12A through 12F, Block H, Cypress Rapids at Green, Section 1. Mr. Looney, how are you this evening?
Good, Mayor. Thank you very much. Good evening. Christopher Looney, Planning and Development Services Director for the City of New Braunfels. As this is the second reading, I'll just very quickly go over a couple of items. This is the site plan the applicant included with their application. As I understand, they may want to discuss some potential alterations in the spirit of cooperation and compromise with the community, and so we'll let the applicant discuss that. With the SUP, as I mentioned during the first reading, the applicant is requesting some deviations from a few setback and wall standards that are required in the ordinance. I wanted to mention that while the zoning ordinance requires new tree plantings when commercial abuts residential, that in this instance, because of that existing thick landscaping buffer, that staff will work with the applicant to ensure that existing mature tree canopy would not be impacted or removed, simply to meet the code requirement that a new, very small tree be planted, but would only be required where it could supplement the existing thick vegetative buffer. Finally, I also wanted to mention that there is a condition regarding air sweepers or scrubbers for the exhaust system for the coffee roasting. The applicant indicated at the first reading that they're proposing to install what they called an afterburner, or a thermal oxidizer is another term for that. And if they installed that, that would meet that condition as well. Also wanted to mention one other item about the conditions that we were recommending. Staff recommended, as we typically do with SUPs, a condition on hours of operation. Now, when staff recommends hours of operation, we're typically looking at and considering things such as traffic and noise that could be generated by whatever would be allowed by the SUP. However, some of the residents within 200 feet have indicated outside of this meeting concern that perhaps those hours of operation, being what they are, actually could kind of indirectly say this is how much coffee could be roasted on the site, whereas staff's intent was not to intend to allow a lot more roasting. It was more about when things should be open and when they should close out of the interest of protecting nearby homeowners. So wanted to mention that as well. Of course, if City Council is inclined to add some additional conditions or modify the conditions that are recommended by the staff or the Planning Commission, of course, that is at your discretion, including things such as hours of operation or even things such as number of roasters that will be allowed on the site. Staff and Planning Commission do recommend approval with conditions as listed in your agenda packet. We mailed 15 notices, received 3 responses in favor, 10 in opposition. The opposition does constitute more than 20% of the property within 200 feet, and as required by state statute, when that occurs, a supermajority vote of City Council is required to approve a rezoning request. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Looney. Are there any questions currently from council for Mr. Looney? I guess the only question I would have is that on that time of operation, the city staff had placed that time of operation on the opening of the coffee shop, not the time of operation of the roasting process, or is that, am I understanding that wrong?
I'm sorry, Mayor. The condition as written in the recommendation says the coffee roasting within the coffee roaster facility may only be operated between the hours of 8 a.m. and 7 p.m. So we can see by the wording may only be operated. Staff was just intending to try to ensure that there wasn't a lot of activity happening at night. But it wasn't intended to say that there could be unlimited roasting. And so I wanted to mention that in case City Council wanted to address anything beyond that.
Okay. Any questions of Mr. Looney from council? Okay, is the applicant here this evening to be able to answer questions if there are questions of council? Okay, if you guys would like to come up and make any kind of comments or statements at this time, please do so. You'll just identify yourselves, please.
Yes, my name is Larry Lair. I am the property owner and the actual permit applicant. I own the property. Ms. Hall here is the actual owner of the business, and any questions regarding the operation of the business itself as far as technicalities and such should probably be addressed to her. Mayor Brockman, City Council members, after discussions among ourselves and with some of the city officials in the planning department, and in the spirit of trying to be a decent neighbor, we would like to amend our site plan and move the proposed building approximately 115 feet forward from its rear location to the one that's shown on the amended site plan. That would put the building just behind the existing coffee shop and building. This was asked by some of the neighbors in the beginning. After doing some talking about it and seeing how this would possibly work, talking with Kelly, we decided that that might be the better choice. So we're asking you to approve that amended site plan rather than the one with the roaster at the very back. Hopefully this will be more acceptable to the neighbors, since some of them were fairly adamant that this is, why didn't you do this in the beginning? So after talking and deciding, we thought this would be a better choice. Nothing else would change. We still want the rezoning of the rear property. We still want the SUP. The building size, all the restrictions that have been placed upon that by the planning and zoning are still in place. The only thing it would do is to move the building forward, which would eliminate a couple of the such as the setback that wouldn't be applicable anymore. But that's the only thing that we're asking. So instead of approving the option 1, we would like you to approve option 2, since you have that capability. Y'all have any questions?
So that represents moving it 60 more feet away from the fence line.
Correct.
And then
It puts it in a better location from the neighbor standpoint, and we don't think it would negatively impact the use of it for Kelly's operation. Any of you have any other questions regarding that?
Okay.
I'd be glad to answer them. Otherwise, Ms. Hall's going to give a little presentation about the actual coffee roasting.
Okay.
Mr. Looney, I got a question.
Mr. Looney?
Yeah. Does this new addition here on option 2, does that bring that back in? Does that bring that into the C1AH, or does it bring it into the commercial zoning?
To their existing.
That where number 2 is starred there.
Yes.
No,
Bear with
number.
me, I'm looking at the zoning map here.
Yeah.
It would. It's hard to tell from the precise line of the zoning district if the entirety of it would be within the C1AAH. It could very well, that zoning line could very well split.
Okay.
That building.
Thank you.
Any questions
Mr.
from
Laird,
council?
how would the deliveries be affected by moving the location?
It wouldn't. I mean, you'd still have a truck every 4 to 6 weeks that would pull in there and would load coffee beans in. It might change the direction of the where the doors are for the loading, but it would be either on the back side or on the west side of the building, but it wouldn't change anything as far as the deliveries. It might make it actually a little easier from the standpoint of not having to use some of as much of the parking. She's drawing it right there. So this would be potentially where they would load in. So virtually nothing. Like I said, it's just moving the site plan, which in our very first conversation, some of the neighbors were saying, well, why don't you just move it up behind your building? At that time, we really hadn't planned it. in subsequent conversations with Ms. Hall and myself, we decided, well, maybe this would be a better location to do it, and would at least let the neighbors know we're trying to do everything we can to, to try and work with them on that.
Would it affect the tree that's there on the map? Would it affect the tree?
We probably would be able to put it, to the side of the tree. I really don't want to do anything with that. It's not a heritage tree, it's a hackberry, but I hate to cut down any trees that have good shade potential.
I'm rooting for that tree to stay. So we measured it and it fits perfectly from the driveway to the front of the, like in front of the tree.
It might change the actual dimensions of the building. Instead of being maybe square, it might be a little more elongated just to fit in there so that we don't have to take the tree out. But it, like I said, the building size, the square footage wouldn't change, and everything else regarding the operation over there shouldn't be affected.
Mr. Lair, could you go back to the previous slide? Yeah, Mr. Looney, you don't have to get up. Well, maybe so. Does this affect the supermajority, moving this building up? Does this affect the 200-foot requirement? Is it still?
No, sir.
It is not, okay.
No, sir.
Christopher, while you're still up there, I'm new to this with the split property being zoned in two different, zones. How much of that building has to be in the commercial to where they really don't need a rezoning for, because they started the rezoning to put this building on the property. And if they put it in the commercial, they really don't need a rezone to put this building up close to their property, right? There's a certain portion that needs to be in the commercial.
If the entirety of the building were in the C1A, then the base zoning of the portion of the property in the rear that's zoned residential wouldn't have to be rezoned, but the SUP is still required for the specific coffee roasting within that building. If we were to allow them to build it, let's say without changing the base zoning of the rear property, and it straddled that existing zoning line, then there would be this probably difficult to enforce situation of ensuring that only commercial activity occurred in one side of the building versus the other. So it would really behoove both the city for enforcement as well as the owners and future owners for title searches and so forth to just have consistency of zoning across the entire property.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions from council?
Mr. Looney?
Get your steps
chime in. So if this proposal was to be approved, part of the zoning is one and the other, would that whole piece of property change to the new zoning? Or just this location where the roaster is going to be?
The whole, just the rear part that's currently R2, R2A, R2 would change.
So
to
it would still be two different zones.
Right. I believe the C1 was remaining on the front portion because it's the older, older
C1
C1
AH
district.
and then the new one.
C1A, and then of course the AH overlay remains as well, but is not impacted by what they're proposing.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
May I say that that's the reason we're still wanting the rezoning, because if there was any overlapping, we didn't want to be restricted. If, like I said, if we have to make the building longer and narrower to fit in better, we didn't want to have to go through this again. So we're asking for the rezoning to stay in there. The SUP obviously has to be there to allow the coffee roasting. But since we've gone this far on it, we're trying to make sure that we don't have to, come back and make any changes in the future. So we felt like just staying with everything, just move the building up. It may or may not be totally in the C1A, but it allows us to at least proceed with it from there.
And do I understand correctly that the building that you're proposing is actually shorter than the building that she's in now with her operation?
Shorter?
Shorter, yeah. It's
less in height?
Yeah.
You mean height-wise?
Right, right.
The building that we've been, with the first reading, I think the limitation was 22 feet height. One floor or 22? Right, it would be fairly close to it. I mean, the building that she's in right now has a peak. And so we've never measured that because it never was, we weren't doing anything with that building. It was there already. I can't tell you exactly what the height is, but it's probably close to 18 to 20 feet high at the peak in there.
It seemed like I saw somewhere that the existing building is 25 feet and the proposed building is 20 feet.
Right, we already accepted that the new building would have the height limitation, whatever the front building is.
Okay. All right. Any other questions of
Yeah,
Mr. Lear?
I have one more question. How many buildings do you currently own in Green?
5.
Since what time?
1975, when Green started. My wife and I moved there in 75, and we're one of the original people.
Is there any on this map here that you own? Other than the pickle one and the coffee house one?
If you, at the very bottom left, you see Bear and Gardens. That's our old home. It's now called the Dancing Bear. But that was our home. We actually lived in Green for 10 years in the very beginning. We're probably one of the only ones that lived in Green. Everybody else lived around it, but we actually lived in an old Victorian there. We kept it. That's been turned into a commercial enterprise. And then we own a building across the street. And then the Got Toys that you see up there is a building that I moved in, and right next to it, it doesn't show, I think, but there's another building. Both of those I moved in from Seguin, restored them. They're period buildings. They fit right into the history time period of Green. So I've been very careful to try and keep everything, fitting in to look like Green in the beginning.
So you have an interest in trying to keep Green look historic as it is currently?
As much as we can. I had a building that burned in 2000, burned to the ground. Took a while to figure out what we did. We used some of the old materials. I went out and sourced used tin, which actually is in most cases more expensive than new tin, just so that it had that old look. And we've had numerous people say, gosh, I didn't realize that they had this back in the 1800s. I said, well, they really didn't. This is a new building built in 2001. So I'm cognizant of it, and I think all the buildings that we have, they're either original or they fit into that same timeline. So a new building, we would definitely want it to look as much as we could, period. Some things may have to be modern just from the standpoint of functionality, but the building that the coffee shop is in right now, it's a 102-year-old cotton gin warehouse. And there's a lot of issues with 102-year-old buildings. So you're always fixing and repairing and doing things, but we've kept it original and intend to leave it that way.
So with the new building, y'all are going to collaborate together to make it as you would the other buildings that you've already established?
As close, I mean, again, it's going to be tucked behind a building, so some things won't even be visible, but we are going to try and make it as cohesive to Green as can be. And there's a few buildings in Green that, haven't fit in totally, but most people accept them. I mean, there's a building that was built back in the early 1990s or something. It was a real estate office. It's been adapted and done things with over the years, and everybody accepts it. And it was right across the street from my house. So things are, and I know that my neighbor is planning to build a building in his backyard, and he is one of the only ancestors left of the Green family. His great-grandmother was Mr. Green's daughter, one of his daughters. We bought the other house. So there were 2 daughters, 2 homes. And so he has plans to build a building, trying to keep it into the time period. There comes a certain potential limitation as far as materials and how much are you willing to spend to have an original this versus something that looks similar to it, but maybe it's not totally, the old materials. Old materials are getting harder to find.
So is the new building going to have an inside facility, or is it going to have an outhouse? As a joke. Yeah. Thank you.
We'll probably go for the inside.
My whole team votes for inside.
Any other questions for Mr. Lear or Ms. Hall from council?
Well, she has a presentation,
yes,
but
I just wanted to make sure.
You don't have anything for me, then I'm going to go ahead.
Thank you. You may be recalled, but not right now. Ms. Hall?
Good evening. I was not aware that you had already seen the last presentation, so I was just doing a recap again of what we talked about last time. So if you had questions for me, or if there were concerns that you felt I hadn't addressed with the neighbors or anything like that with the councilman, I'd be happy to do that as well.
Having kept up with this quite closely, other than I certainly appreciate the fact that you guys have made this adjustment, especially for those neighbors who took the time to come and visit with you and let you know. And I don't know how many of those were. It may have been everybody that's got an issue with it. It may have been just 2 people, but I certainly appreciate that. I appreciate the fact that you're willing to continue an operation that is busy and brings people to Green, because every business in Green tries to do that their very best, no matter if they're in the oldest building or the newest building. Mr. Lear has made a commitment to Green since the 70s, probably about the same time that the owners of other buildings in Green, Mr. Molak and Ms. Nally, were coming about the same time. I moved there in '86, and from October through April, there wasn't a soul in the area except folks who would maybe be able to go down and drink a cold beer at the dance hall bar. And so what's happened in Green is because of people like the Lears and Molak and Nally and others like yourself who have made a commitment to this community out here to give the ambiance that they intended it to have when they first started the development, and now to continue that, to bring people to our quaint little neighborhood. I commend you for the work you're doing, and I also am extremely pleased that it's not one of those things where it's my way or the highway. That's not how I think we ought to be operating. So since I live outside the 200-foot notification area, but having witnessed this happen and all the other things for the last 36 years, I think it fits well.
Thank you.
And so that would be my only comment. I want to make sure that the other gentlemen have a chance to, and they may want to see your presentation again. I don't want to stop it because
I changed it up a little, but it's not.
Did you have a question? No. You want the presentation? Okay, go ahead.
Well, okay, I can do that. You got it. Okay. As you know, we have applied to rezone the back section of the property adjacent to our existing coffee shop. We'd like to have it rezoned to commercial to match our existing location and to allow us to actually use it for something that makes more sense to have in Green than a small apartment complex or duplexes back there. This is an aerial view of the property as it is currently. The little yellow star was where we originally wanted to place the building. The reason I chose that spot was because I thought it was going to be hidden and it wasn't going to bother anybody and I could just hide back there and do my work and it wasn't going to be a big deal, and I was very wrong. The nearby residents were very concerned with a lot of things, so we've been addressing those concerns as we go along. And now you've seen now that we are willing to move that building up to be right behind the coffee shop and a lot further away from those residents. When you walk behind the coffee shop, this is what it looks like. Nothing fancy. There's just empty, unpaved lot and a lot of trees. I really didn't even know how many houses were back there until we started this because I never could see them. I would go to work and then I would leave. Then I would go to work and then I would leave. And I never realized that they were beyond that. On the other side of where we originally wanted the property is just parking area, and these are more pictures of what it looks like. If you look toward the residents' homes, you can see it's just lush trees all through there. This is back by their fences, so when you get back to the other side of the trees and then turn to look toward the coffee shop, this is what you see. So I in no way thought that it was going to offend anyone by how it looked or that it was even there or that there was a building. I just thought, I was like, oh, nobody's going to see it. It's hidden from everyone. My mistake. These pictures that I've put up here are just merely conceptual, but are just sort of a glimpse into the possible look and feel of the building that it could be inside. I mentioned last time that the room that we're meeting in right now is 3,500 square feet, and that's the size of the building that we're asking for, is a max of 3,500 square feet. I do want to ask you this time if you would imagine the area where we sign in, the vestibule area, if that was strictly used, if this was our building and that was strictly used for storing necessary inventory consisting of coffee bags, cups, lids, straws, everything else that we need to buy in bulk because we use those items up so quickly at the coffee shop. We also need room to store holiday decor between seasons. I know we all deal with that at home as well. We have large beverage containers that we use for events and for coffee donations. We have backup coffee equipment that we need to store that we also use for events, and then when our equipment needs repair. We're currently paying for 3 separate storage spaces every single month. With this new storage area available, we can finally combine all of those into one space. So let's just say that the entire sign-in area is packed with necessary coffee shop and roasting supplies. So now I bring us back into this space. Someone suggested at the last meeting that they could fit a whole lot of roasters in here and do a whole lot of roasting coffee, and that there's tons of room and this is way too large. I ask you to imagine if you were up here in the left-hand corner up here, if there were a good-sized kitchen area so we could wash buckets, we could wash our spoons, we could do our daily dishes, and then it was large enough to store all of those items, but to also store big commercial refrigerators because we need to store our backup milk and our pastries that we go through every day. Right now in the coffee shop, we don't have enough space for that. We blow through milk and we blow through pastries, and then we have to keep going to the store or ordering them delivered, and it gets extremely expensive. So that area would help us store all of those items. We're also planning a separate tasting room for quality control and for cupping coffees and for barista training. So we can put that room over here back in this back right side corner. So there's another room. That area needs to be large enough to put coffee brewers and grinders and an espresso machine and an espresso grinder and cupping equipment and all of the other products that we need to make and taste our coffee as it's roasted. This room will also need a large cupping table and room for baristas to practice pulling espresso and making beverages. In the third corner of this room, as Councilman Spradley mentioned, we're going to have a restroom. So in that back corner, that adds a restroom. So most importantly, we need storage for our raw coffee beans. Each pallet that comes in is 4x4, and each pallet holds 10 burlap bags, each filled with 150 pounds of raw coffee beans each. We've agreed to keep our deliveries infrequent and on box trucks to avoid adding more traffic and no semi-trucks coming through the area. So a 26-foot box truck, which you can see in the picture on the bottom, holds 12 pallets, which means we need about 240 square feet just to store one delivery of those coffee beans. Those beans now take up the entire area that you gentlemen are sitting in along the back wall. This is why we'd like to store them vertically and why we asked for the tall 15-foot ceilings, because those beans take up quite a bit of space. Now, with the vestibule, the 3 corners of the room, and the entire back area dedicated for other needs, we have the remaining space in the middle. We need several tables for packaging coffee. We need shelves for storing completed coffee. We have weighing machines along the walls. We're requesting allowance for a maximum of 2 coffee roasters. I don't want any more in there. We'd like to move our current 5-kilo roaster that you're seeing here out of the coffee shop to free up space in our lower section so that our customers can sit down there. We'd like to move that out. And then we'll also be adding a new roaster to the family. We will be purchasing a 35-kilo with an afterburner that handles the odor and the smoke and anything that there were concerns along those lines. This larger roaster will allow us to roast more coffee at a fraction of the time that we do on the smaller one. We can roast a maximum of 60 pounds per batch in the new roaster, and that's why I brought these buckets. These 2 buckets combined hold 70 pounds of coffee. That's it. So 35 pounds each, that is 1 batch out of the roaster. The rumor that's going around the neighborhood and why so many of the residents are concerned is that this massive roaster roast so much coffee, and this is going to be like an industrial plant in a factory, when in fact, it doesn't even all the way fill up these 2 buckets for one batch. Now, these 2 buckets full is what we normally use just in espresso on a busy weekend. So we fly through this like it's nothing. Excuse me. I only show you this just so that you can sort of get a visual of what 60 pounds looks like, because I keep being told that's a lot of coffee, and I'm like, it's really not. And we use it really, really quickly. Speaking of the amount of coffee that we use in the shop, every month on average, 800 retail coffee bags are going out, and we need 400 pounds of coffee to serve the thousands of beverages that we serve every single month in the coffee shop. So the 800 plus the 400 pounds gives us 1,200 pounds that we need every single month, which also is equivalent to 34 of these buckets. So that's what we go through every month. On our current roaster, that would take us 30 hours of actual physical roasting time at doing 8 pounds every 12 minutes to produce that 1,200 pounds for the month. In the new roaster, this will allow us to get the roaster turned off in 4 hours, which will also most likely be spread out throughout the month. After adding all of that into the room, it really doesn't seem so big anymore. Every square foot that I am asking for has been thoughtfully calculated and designated to a very specific workspace to allow for efficiency and flow. There is no room for massive, uncontrollable growth or realistically producing over 1 million pounds a year, which is in reference to the latest rumor going around in the neighborhood. That is not what I'm planning. This was originally just meant so that we can keep up with what we're doing in green and have just a really cool tourist attraction as well. In an effort to remain good neighbors, as far as the last 15 years that we've done, we've answered everyone's questions. We've tried to ease their minds that this will not be a huge manufacturing plant, and I assured those concerned that this will not negatively affect them in any way. I am aware that some of the neighbors do hate the fact that I do not live in New Braunfels. That is one of the major things that's going around right now, and it makes me sad. I would like to add that neither does the owner of the most famous businesses in green. I still can't figure out why any of that is relevant. Can't talk. But regardless, my small business is extremely involved in this community. We employ local women. I've lost count as to how many women have worked on our team over the past 15 years. We will no doubt employ many more local women as the years go. We also team up with several other small businesses in New Braunfels who provide our pastries. They bring us all of our serving supplies. We support local breweries, and we've already had tons of people reach out locally in hopes that we use them for this very construction project. We have always and will continue to partner with Comal ISD schools. I'm a Comal kid myself, grew up in Comal schools. My daughter goes to Comal schools, and so we partner with them quite a bit, and we donate hundreds of gallons of coffee to the surrounding schools every single year. We would also like to use the opportunity the new roastery will bring to team up with the surrounding high schools with their student job and internship programs. Young women can come to the roastery after school and bag coffee, or we can learn what their interests and talents are and put those to use in other areas. In short, I love New Braunfels. I would love to live in New Braunfels. I can't afford it. I'm a single mom. I barely make enough money with our coffee business to just support my daughter. And my hopes are to add this new coffee roastery to my existing business, which would allow my team to keep up with demand and sell more product. In turn, this would allow us to pay our team higher wages, open more career opportunities. That alone brings us one step closer to our goal of empowering women who work with us to be able to support themselves and never have to rely on anyone else to live the life they want to. My ultimate goal is to turn this tiny coffee business in green into something my daughter is proud to take over one day. Being here tonight and going through this whole process is my first big leap in that direction. On behalf of my entire team, who a lot of them are here this evening, we thank you very much for your time. You will no doubt hear more opposition on our growth. All I ask is for you to keep in mind that when this building is up and roasting coffee, tourists will love it. Our actual customers who live locally will be proud of it. And the people in opposition will not be affected in any way and will soon go back to not even knowing that we ever existed in the first place. However, for my family and for my entire team, this whole thing is life-changing. Thank you guys for your time.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Hall. Don't leave. Do you have a question? I did have a couple of questions, but one, did I understand Mr. Lear to say that there would be a delivery once every 4 to 6 weeks?
So that's what we're getting right now. Because our facility is so small, I can't store more pallets of beans. So in my last presentation, we spoke about getting the 18,000 pounds in one delivery because it holds 12 pallets, which would, for what I'm using right now, would give me 3 deliveries per year.
Okay.
So if my business doubles, that's 6 deliveries per year.
And it's a bobtail truck and not an 18-wheeler?
Yes, sir. We always request the smaller trucks, and we agreed to that very early on in this.
Okay. Last Saturday, I walked and ran early through Green. 5 18-wheeler beer trucks, 3 U.S. Foods trucks unloading in Green.
Correct.
That's just Saturday.
None of them were mine.
That is, no. No, this was in other locations closer to other businesses. And so I have a real concern about the things that I've heard about. All these 18-wheelers are going to be coming through Green. They go by my house every day, and there's a big sign down at the end of the street, no big trucks, with flags and all that good stuff. The other is if it's getting that in 3 hours? Is that
This is 12 minutes.
12 minutes?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
I got two quick questions. The larger roaster, you're going to put a afterburner on it. What are you going to do with the smaller one?
We're going to tie the smaller one into the same afterburner. Okay. That one will probably only be used for like custom roasts. We have a lot of customers that are like, can you do me 10 pounds of like a light roast Guatemala? So that's easier to do on the smaller roaster. So when we have those custom orders, we'll put it on the smaller roaster, but that one will rarely be used, and it can be tied into the same afterburner.
Any HEB contracts in your future?
Absolutely not. I have no desire.
You're on recording.
You heard it.
Okay.
Thank you for the presentation. There's a lot of concerns also with the hours. Would you be willing to work with the hours?
Absolutely.
Right now,
so I believe when we came up with the hours, it was more like no roasting before 8 a.m. and no roasting after 7 p.m., which was what I thought. It wasn't roast from 8 to 7. We would be dead. There's no way. So usually we try to get that roaster off as quickly as we can. So we do like to do it in the morning, knock out the coffee that we need for the next couple days, and then we turn it off. It gets extremely hot in there. So we have no desire to roast for like 9, 10 hours, 11 hours a day. It's most of the stuff that we do is it's by hand and bagging and those kinds of things, and that's what takes all of our time. It's not the roaster. So I'm more than happy to work with the hours, but that was what my understanding was on those hours, and then it was spun into they're going to roast from 8 to 7. So I just was told, let's not turn it on before 8, and how about we not roast after 7? But that we could be bagging and doing those types of things all day.
So what would be better hours, you think, in your opinion? Or was that it?
I mean, 8. I mean, we're willing to work with. It's just there's times that if some emergency order comes in and we're like, oh golly, we can't fire it up at 3 o'clock because we have, So 8 to 5 or just normal working hours if we don't roast after that time.
What about Saturday and Sunday?
I don't have any desire to have our roasters working on the weekends.
Okay, so would you be willing to do 8 to 7 and not Saturday and Sunday?
Absolutely.
Okay. And I'm actually, I love the fact that you're going to work with the schools and do job co-ops. I think it'd be interesting to get children out there and learn.
Yeah, we've had students before and we really enjoyed it.
Thank you.
Any other questions from other council members?
Ms. Hall, how does the moving the building forward, how does it affect your parking, or does it?
So what we had talked about, so where the building would be is where my employees park. It's rare that anyone ever parks right there behind the coffee shop. So what we had talked about, though, was possibly clearing out the original location and making that nice and making room for more parking that was lost where the new building was. So we would just switch them.
Well, Ms. Hall, but to that point also, oh, sorry, go ahead.
If I can say one thing about the parking that's back there is not required for any of the businesses that are currently there. They're all spaces up in front, so we may not add any more parking. None of that is for any of my businesses. The only time people park back there is when we have the market days.
That was going to be my point.
And that is
what
not,
I've seen when I've been over there.
Right, and that is a monthly special event, and from what I've been told by the city, there's not even a requirement for off-street parking for that. Plus, I do have on 2 adjoining lots, roughly 65 paved parking spaces that I put in just to be a good person and have some paved parking there. None of those spaces are required. We may use some of those for parking for this business just to not have to pave more of the lot. I mean, when you pave it, you're just creating more impervious cover, more runoff, this, that, and the other. So with 65 spaces, and none of those are required for the 2 businesses that they are behind, we have more than enough parking.
Thank you for the clarification.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, this is the second reading, so we'll open it up. Thank you, Ms. Hall. We'll open it up for public comment. We will have 30 minutes for opposition and 30 minutes in favor for this item. And so, Ms. Martin, if you will start the clock, we will take comments in opposition if you live within the 200-foot notification area. State your name and address for the record so that we can have that.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Councilman. My name's Brett Davis. I live at 1221 Rapids Road, and on the map earlier, I'm number 6 within 200 feet. And I really want to take some brief time tonight just to address a topic that was left outstanding at the last meeting about the petition. I want to spend a lot of time on that, but my neighbors and my community requested that I address that. Before I do that, I just want to make one additional comment that I said at the last hearing, which is I really do respect and appreciate Ms. Hall's passion for her business and her success. I spent my career helping small businesses be successful. My statement in the last meeting, and it still stands, is that this discussion is not about Ms. Hall. It's not about her plans. It's not about her vision necessarily. It's about the ordinance. And I just would ask the council to take the ordinance into consideration and what the ordinance allows, which is not restricted to what Ms. Hall says is her plan. In fact, quite honestly, that's as I mentioned before, it's a transferable SUP. And Councilman, if HEB wanted to get into the coffee business, they would be entitled to buy that business, and they could operate it any way they want under the writing of the ordinance. So this has gotten personal in a lot of ways. It didn't have to be. I reached out to Ms. Hall at least twice very early on and asked her to sit down with me and talk about this. She ignored my request. And part of that, I think, may be why we got here today. I think we might have been able to work through some of this before, but here we are. Anyway, what I'd really like to do is just kind of close the loop on a topic that was left outstanding at the last meeting. And a question was raised as to the validity of the original petition that was submitted to the City Council. During this process, there have been allegations that the petition was obtained under false pretenses, peer pressure, social media, email blasts were sent out calling those that objected fabricators, spreaders of misinformation, intimidation, a lot of name calling. I also understand there was a procedural question that may have been raised as to whether the petition required a notary. And for the record, I just want to state that the petition was submitted to City Planning in June. We were told it was perfectly acceptable. The city had almost 3 months if they wanted to question it, if they had any concerns that it was problematic. And there were no issues that were raised during this process. Those of us who worked with my neighborhood did so diligently and sincerely and expressed our valid concerns that were raised in the signatures. But nevertheless, I'm not one to dwell on the past. My community responded to this challenge by quickly launching a new initiative. You have the results of that in front of you. I just want to share with you what the neighborhood did in response to the questions that were raised. This is the city form that was sent to residents within 200 feet. And form, I'm sure, but we used this form as a vehicle for neighbors to convey their objection to this project. The reference to residing within 200 feet was struck from the document and initialed by each petitioner. A phone call to the city secretary and the city attorney verified that there is no notarization of signatures required for petitions submitted to city council. I'll defer to the city attorney if I'm incorrect on that. But in the meantime, Ms. Hall, as of tonight, has conducted 6 public presentations, and the Herald-Zeitung has covered this story thoroughly in a front-page article. This form contains the city's language. It is factual, it's unbiased, and at this time, any claims that the petitioners are uninformed or misinformed is simply not true. It's just not true. I've had a lot of porch conversations over the past 3 months, as many of you have in your campaigning, I'm sure. And so I can assure you that my neighbors and the neighbors of the surrounding area are very independent thinkers and are not subject to peer pressure. I was told that on multiple occasions on the front porch. And as a result of the desire to communicate their opposition, we had 167 members of our neighborhood, as well as other nearby neighborhoods that are downwind and still downwind from this proposed facility, that have signed. In many cases, they've re-signed their objection. I've made copies of it for you. You have that before you. If you're interested, it's double-sided, but I've submitted the originals with my apologies to the city secretary. It's 167 pages, but we felt like the neighbors deserved a chance to respond to this proposal. And actually, as further evidence of the intensity of their opposition, these signatures were these 167 signatures were obtained in 1 week's time.
Mr. Davis, your time is up. Thank you for your comments.
Thank you. I ask that you consider this in your decision tonight. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Davis.
Yes, sir.
My name is Holly Davis, and I reside at 1221 Rapids Road. As a petroleum engineer, I worked in regulatory affairs and permitting for years. State rules and city codes are important to me. On 2 occasions, my husband reached out to Ms. Hall and asked her to sit down and talk to us, and she declined. I just wanted to know if the activities of this coffee roaster complied with the law. Texas Department of State Health Services has licensed Green Coffee House along with 125 other businesses around New Braunfels as food manufacturers. This was stated by the city planners. However, it was only in July of this year that Green Coffee House first applied for their license. For 12 years, Green Coffee House was roasting and selling bags of coffee for customers' off-site consumption without the required food manufacturer license. So my question, if so many other businesses knew to get a food manufacturer license from State Health Services, why did it take Green Coffee House 12 years to figure it out? In a June meeting with our neighbors, Ms. Hall explained that she was roasting coffee at her home in San Antonio. Yet a month later, when she received the food manufacturer license, the San Antonio manufacturing location was not disclosed. The location of this off-site roaster is important. It is subject to health and safety inspections and air quality and emission rules. The Texas Commission on Environmental Quality, or TCEQ, informed me this past week that coffee roasters not located inside a coffee shop are subject to state rules and reporting, specifically on the Form PI-7. Green Coffee House has never registered nor filed a Form PI-7 for their San Antonio roaster. The pollutants of concern to TCEQ are the nitrogen oxides and particulate matter. It's a thermal oxidizer that is needed on each roaster to control this hazardous pollution. And this is important, Councilman. It's about the ordinance you are voting on tonight. Condition 8 of this SUP states, the exhaust system for the coffee roaster shall be designed and constructed with air sweepers or similar equipment. This is a crying shame. It's more than parsing words. Thermal oxidizers are the correct term, not air sweepers. And thermal oxidizers regularly fail to operate. And under this language, the business has no obligation to operate a thermal oxidizer or to make costly repairs when it breaks. In reality, Condition 8 has no enforceable language after the design and construction of the misnamed air sweeper. The appropriate enforceable language for Condition 8 should say, each coffee roaster in the warehouse shall have a thermal oxidizer that operates at all times the coffee roaster is in use. Finally, I'd like to address the complaints made to the City of New Braunfels because the city planner got it wrong in the last meeting. You have a page documenting the various complaints made to code compliance, and I have the photos that I could put on the screen for everyone to see. However, for the sake of time, I'll hold on to the photos unless you want to see them. But to summarize the issue around all the complaints to the city, the refuse from Green Coffee House is currently poorly handled. And with the proposed warehouse of coffee roasting, there will only be greater amounts of trash along with chaff from the roasting process and discarded wood pallets. Each of these violations alone may seem trivial, however, putting them together shows a pattern of non-compliance, and that is troubling because these problems will only be magnified as this coffee manufacturing expands.
Thank you. Anyone else in opposition that's within the 200-foot notification area? Anyone outside the 200-foot notification area in opposition?
Good evening, Council. My name is Mark Pinnell. I live at 1609 Sunnybrook. My concern, first of all, I have no ill will towards Ms. Hall or her vision. My concern is specific to the drawing and exhibit that she provided to the city with regards to the Type 2 SUP. Requirements at the site requires a site plan drawn to scale and shall show the arrangement project in detail, including parking facilities, locations of buildings, uses of permit, use to be permitted, landscaping, and means of egress. As you can see from the document here, I feel Ms. Hall has failed to do that. The uses are missing. The utilities are very vague, and the availability and compatibility are not shown. The scale is wrong, and there's no scale at all. So the scale that she does show actually shows the building size drawn there in this old version of this plan is actually 2,500 square feet, not 3,500 square feet. Based on the scale that only one of the measurements she did provide, which was in the circle here, that is 10 foot. When you take that scale and use it against her other provided measurements, the building is much smaller, 1,000 feet smaller than she's proposing. And that 94 feet that she shows here is actually 82 feet. My concerns are
There's no refuse area shown. And Ms. Hall had stated in a previous meeting that her new roasters would be propane. There's no propane tank location, nor does the plan show the Texas Railroad Commission setback required for a propane tank. Basically, Ms. Hall claims to be expanding her small local artisan business, but in reality, she wants to build a large roaster and coffee facility to help her expand her business that already provides coffee to more than 40 businesses in several different states. What she is proposing needs to be approved, or what she's proposing needs to be approved off of Industrial Drive, not in Green. Even if approved with restrictions, who will uphold these restrictions? Not this council. And my last comment is, why does City Council continue to put the interest and profits of two individuals that do not even reside in Green over the needs and concerns of 160-plus tax-paying residents who are just trying to preserve their historic small town and the property value living in Green provides us? Thank you for your time.
Anyone else living outside the 200-foot notification area that is in opposition? If you'll step up to the podium, state your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Craig Hall, and I'm at 1228 Rapids Road. I'm 1 foot 4 inches outside the 200-foot range. Ms. Hall talked about things being life-changing for her. Well, there's 167 signatures that you've gotten. It's life-changing for them as well. The story and scenario keeps changing every time we hear from this woman. I'm here to talk about one thing specific, though. And that's Food and Drug Administration by the U.S. government, Section 21, Articles 101-18 and 20. These are requirements for packaging of products, not only sold by Green Coffee House, but also by other manufacturing locations, such as this one from Northern Lattes, which states roasted in green. This one is her Sumatra blend. It states roasted in green. There's requirements set forth by these two regulatory codes that set forth the packaging and labels for products. Neither of these products are packaged correctly, nor are they coded correctly. Products purchased today, manufactured by Green Coffee House, do not comply. I bought this one today. I bought this one out at Brookshire Brothers. She's got a larger end cap display at Brookshire Brothers at Canyon Lake than half the other coffee section combined. So I'm not convinced this is not just an industrial application. So it has to be applied. You know, these federal guidelines. That doesn't even take into account the compliance with the State Board of Health requirements for what is required. And that's a whole nother thing. I also worked at compliance at Exxon. I know how to read a code. I also know how to read a package. We're not thick. So it has to be asked, who would want this coffee roasting facility in their backyard or adjacent to their property? Obviously not Larry Lear, because he sold his family's property on Sunnybrook last year, just before this all started. To Mr. Lear, I say, you've got about 5 acres near your house. Put the coffee roasting facility there. I say to the city council, y'all better get ready to widen Hunter Road, because you're going to need 4 lanes on that. To Green Coffee House, I say, you claim to be a good neighbor, but what you've done to this neighborhood is anything but this. You have divided this neighborhood that I'm not sure can ever be corrected. People that used to walk by and talk to me cordially over the days and weeks and months is non-existent anymore. In closing, all I have to say is that I encourage the council to do their right thing and vote no by protecting Green as you've been entrusted to. What gives y'all the right to potentially affect my property value? Thank you very much, and I appreciate you hearing from me.
Thank you, Mr. Hall.
These will be donated to the food bank too, by the way.
Anyone else living outside the 200-foot notification area that would like to speak in opposition?
My name is Robert Bartnett. I live at 1224 Rapids Road. And I know y'all tried to explain it last time. I still, by the life of me, can't see why I wasn't 200 feet away. But anyway, I'm splitting hairs. I'm directly on the opposite side of the street from the people, from Brett and Holly now. What I decided to do is I tried to read up on this U.S. The coffee roaster that is proposed to be put in there. It's a very sophisticated machine. It's not a plug-in and use thing. It's got an incredible amount of ongoing maintenance and follow-up and details and things to not only just keep the machine running, but to keep it cleaned out, keep the stuff burned out. The particulate matter that she had talked about, I still question whether or not it's not magic that this stuff disappears. But if it is in there, this would take a lot of follow up and be run by a pretty savvy operator, if you ask me. Now, I respect them for what they're doing, and I didn't take these pictures, but they were made. They were brought to my attention that I would like to show. This currently is something that I've never, for the life of me, I can't explain it, but this is a mound of discarded coffee grounds that I guess their procedure somewhere in there is to pour them out on the ground and rake them around into the parking lot material and into the brush. And this isn't the first time that these things have been out there, because I've already had heard about it before, but someone did go and get an actual picture of it, and this is happening right now as we speak. It must be part of their procedures. This is just how good a follow-up they have on their business right now. This is the dumpster that has never been closed any time I've ever looked at it, and the trash is overflowing on that right there, right behind them. I was a restaurant manager, as you know, for 49 years, and in restaurant business, it takes daily harping and developing your people and making sure that when the trash gets dumped, you go out there, you check it, you put the lid back down for health reasons. That's why it's on the health report. It's to keep the flies down. It's to keep the cats out of it. It's to keep, there's a lot of different reasons why you want to have your lid closed. This is just an indicator to me as to the amount of detail that's being put into the business. I didn't pull a Marvin Zindler on them and go in there and, film things inside or whatever, because I really have nothing against them, except I really don't want a coffee manufacturing place that can make, 300 pounds per hour, okay? I still go back to the beginning. I imagine COVID did some of it, and you weren't here, Mayor, but she explained to us last time that she would go into work and no one would be there. She'd be there by herself day after day after day. Now, that's not a thriving business that's making money off of coffee. The margins on the coffee are very small compared to, they figured, hey, we can roast this stuff, and then, wow, look at this. We can start selling it to Brookshires. We can start selling it here. We can start selling it there. And that's not hearsay, and that's not, saying that they're not being honest with you about it. I'm just saying the potential is there. If you do give them a window of 11 hours or 8 hours, and they can do 300 pounds an hour, and they're making money off of it, you can't tell me that they're not going to go ahead and make it and sell it and bag it and send it out. The truck issue of a delivery every 6 times a year, I think, is just incredibly crazy, because are they really going to tie up all that much of their capital on it just because right now, when they're on the small roaster, they're doing a small amount of coffee? But the potential is there. I'm not against business. I know y'all are very pro-business. I am not against business, but I am against a roasting and packaging and distribution business being put directly on the other side, whether it's place A or place B. I think it should be at her house where was before or somewhere else, but honestly, there's got to be a better place in the city that the city can still benefit from what they're planning to get out of this without stepping all over the toes of 170-something people that are taxpayers. And we do matter. And, you know, I'm an old man. I'm maybe not that old, but, you know, I'm not a woman. I don't identify as a woman. And so the woman business thing, I respect it. Okay? I really do. But harping on the women's side of it.
Sir, your time is up. Thank you for your comments.
Well, anyway, thank you very much for that.
Thank you. Anyone else living outside the 200-foot notification area that would like to speak in opposition?
Hi, my name is Ellen Morgan. I live at 1742 Sunnybrook Drive, and I do identify as a woman. But I say this because I'm not an Exxon engineer. I'm just a lowly hairdresser, right? And I live in Green. And currently I don't do hair, but I do sell products. Now, I'm not familiar with the health department regulations as far as coffee goes, but I am aware of the TDLR, which is Texas Licensing Department regulations for hair salons, right? So does everybody know, or everybody's been to a nail salon or a hair salon? Nail salons, you still smell that smell, right? Do you know that there are filtrations in not the building? And if you're in a suite, every single suite has a filtration system in it. So what's the guarantee that this filtration system that this coffee place is going to have is going to suck out the air, keep the air from smelling off in our neighborhood? That's one point. For two, which I'm sure that she's under the health department regulations, the last photo I saw, she had cleaning materials as well as food preparation items or coffee preparation items in the same closet. Now, if TDLR says a hairdresser or a nail tech, you can't have cleaning supplies in the same closet, I'm pretty sure the health department would say the same thing. So that's all I have to say, short and sweet. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else living outside the 200-foot notification area that is in opposition?
I just have a couple of things. My name is James Goodyear. I live at 1626 Sunnybrook Drive, right behind where this facility is going to be built. And I just have a couple of bullet points because my neighbors have done a pretty good job. One is odor. My history is with retail grocery business, working for manufacturers and stuff like this. I have a friend of mine who runs a coffee facility over in East Texas, Seaport Coffee. Anybody wants to check? And I visit him on many times. And no matter how much filters you get, there's going to be an odor emitted. I know there's a lot of discussion about hiding stuff behind trees and fences and stuff like that. Odor don't hide. It may not be as much as you think it is, but it's going to be there. I know. I used to be able to tell. I was 2 blocks away from the coffee facility when I was calling on them. And the other one is traffic. They're wanting to build traffic. Y'all are thinking there's more business and all that stuff. I've lived in Green since '98, and I've known a bunch of people that are some of the owners of the businesses over there. And at one time, if you go through Green, if you go on, Barry, you'll know this, if you go on the weekends, there's a policeman out there directing traffic in front of Green Hall. I was told by one of the owners years ago, the reason they have a policeman out there in front of Green Hall is to keep from having a traffic light put up. So I don't know if that's still the case or not, but as of a couple of years ago, that's what I was told. That getting more volume in there, getting more business in there is only going to move that traffic light up quicker than before. So that's it. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else living outside the 200-foot notification area that is in opposition?
Hi, my name is Paula Bostick. Do I have to do something to turn that on? I also have a woman-owned business. I have a beef business. I raise Wagyu beef, and I don't know, you may or not know this, artisanal beef is a thing. And there's been a lot of talk, and this artisanal term has been applied to this coffee roastery. Well, so my beef is definitely considered artisanal. And I sell, my beef comes processed like this, and I sell it by the halves and quarters. And I just have one question for you. Like Ms. Hall, it would be a whole lot more convenient for me if I had my butchery behind my house in Green. And I know you're thinking, well, it's not the same thing. No, it's not exactly the same thing, but why are we going to allow one food processor but not another? I mean, where do you draw that line? What changes it? So that's my point. Thank you.
Ms. Bostic, could you give us your address so that the secretary can have that?
1213 Rapids Road.
Thank you. Okay, how much time do we have left on the opposition?
We have 5 minutes and 30 seconds left.
Okay. Anyone outside the 200-foot notification area that is in opposition? You'll step up, state your name and address, and limit your
My name
comments.
is Mark Fallis, and my address is 1454 Janet's Way in Braunfels. Wasn't going to come tonight, but I did. I read the articles in the newspaper, and it was beyond me that y'all were even considering doing this in Green. I mean, this is the gemstone in New Braunfels, literally. You got the rivers, you got Green. I don't know if any of you have ever gone to and visited a coffee roasting facility. And not much has really been talked about this afterburner and how much it's really going to scrub and clean the air. But you really are messing with the gemstone of Green. And if you put an obnoxious odor in the air, this is beyond me. From a real estate perspective, I know the rent's not going to be cheap for rent in Green, when you could go to an industrial park and get probably less than half the amount of rent charged. Maybe you won't get the economies of having employees work the retail side and the industrial side, but it seems to me the offset would probably be at least equal. Go rent some industrial space, do your coffee roasting, put your employee over there, and you won't have any of this issue. And it's probably, from a cost perspective for the lady, about the same, maybe even cheaper. So I really don't understand why she has to have it right there when there are other options in other industrial parks in the city. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Anyone else living outside the 200-foot notification area that would like to speak in opposition?
Bob Schulman. I live way outside the area. I live at 1916 Rebecca Creek Road in Comal County, but certainly not in New Braunfels. So I'm here as generally, when I address an elected body like this, I'm sitting at the place where the lawyers sit. That's what I've done for about 50 years. But I'm not here as a lawyer tonight. I'm here as a spokesperson for Sandy Bostic. You heard from his wife a few minutes ago. And I only want to point a few matters out to the council. Listening to the changes that were announced at the beginning of the presentation, you'll call on your lawyers for this. It occurs to me that when you have a change as significant as the one that was announced this evening, which I think that the people in opposition would have no objection to, it seems that there would be a requirement to take that change, which, according to the announcement from the Director of Planning, we don't even know whether that changes the zoning issues that we have before us today. It seems that that should go through the Planning and Zoning Committee again and the Planning and Zoning meetings. I haven't read the code that thoroughly. You'll have to check with your attorneys on it, but I would suggest that you do that. The other thing that I would like to say, and this will be very brief for you, is that the location of the building was one big issue, of course, which may have been partially resolved. The other big issue, of course, is the emissions. We know that when you're roasting coffee in these amounts, the potential is great, actually, for emissions, for nitrous oxide, for smell, odor, other issues, pollutant issues. Well, we're talking about scrubbers. We're talking about some air handlers of some kind that would take care of this. But I looked at the SUP, and the SUP is, in my opinion, deficient in a couple of ways. And one of them is that there is no description in there as to the requirements of whatever these emission controls will be. Nothing. We don't know how effective they must be. We could make them that way. We could put them into the SUP, and that would be much more protective of the neighbors and the concerns of the people that are here tonight in opposition. But that would take a little more work and some investigation, along with the other code compliance and law compliance issues that have been brought before you this evening. I'm here to suggest to you that you table this and that you ask your planning and commission to go back and check on these things and come back to you with something that would be more explicit, more definite, more protective, that would keep green green. Thank you.
Anyone else outside the 200-foot notification area, if we have time? Have we used our 30 minutes for opposition?
We still have 1 minute and 10 seconds left. I'm sorry.
Ma'am, you were getting up here. Did you? Okay, all right. Okay, seeing none, we'll move it to those within the 200-foot notification area who are in favor of this item. Those that live within the 200-foot notification in favor of this item.
Mary Jane Nally, 1708 Linscomb Avenue, Austin, Texas. I'm business partners with Pat Molak, and we own and operate a number of businesses in Green, specifically, most notably, the Grist Mill and Green Hall. I think it's important that you know that I'm not here to speak for or against this issue, so I didn't really know when to talk because there's no provision for that. I think that early on, our reply to this issue was satisfied because it was a parking issue that we isolated. And early on, that was cleared up. The first meeting that was held on this, there was an indication from the applicant that there would be no more parking in that area because they were going to build a building there. So that was cleared up subsequently. I do think that I care about the people on both sides of this issue. You know, we care about Kelly and her business because she's an important part of the district. She's done a great job at her business that she has now. She's very passionate. She's a great representation of the historic district. She's articulate, she's vivacious, and she has great ideas. And on the other side of that, Pat and I have always cared about the residents and what they think. And so it's really difficult for us to have a side on this because both sides have great points. They both own property. They have the right to those uses of their property, whether it's a commercial use or whether it's a private residential use. And so I say to you as council members, if you feel like you must approve this the way it's been presented, that you you do the best you can to be really specific in the ordinance so that it addresses the issues that are very concerning to the residents while still giving the business the opportunity to flourish and support in the district. There is one item in the ordinance as written that I would ask you to strike because we do not agree with it, meaning my partner and I. And it's section 2.1, the residential buffer along the southern property line with the following conditions is waived. And we do not want to waive our right to that particular issue. That doesn't mean that we're going to oppose it when it comes up, but I do understand that there is an administrative process that addresses that. And at the second Planning Commission, that was discussed in the meeting, and I believe that when I listened to the replay of it, the staff indicated that that was not going to be part of the SUP because it is handled by an administrative function, but however, it is in here, so that's why we would want that stricken from this particular ordinance. So like the gentleman that spoke earlier indicated, there may be reasons to table this, get the ordinance written better so it does address thoroughly the concerns. If you do feel like you must approve it, your constituents say no. So there's a lot of credibility there, I believe. So anyway, I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else within the 200-foot notification area that is in favor?
Larry Lair, applicant. I just have a couple of replies to the gentleman that said that we sold my father's house on Sunnybrook. It was my father-in-law's. We put him into a nursing home, and I find it disturbing that he's looking to see where I live. I don't live in Greene. I live out in the country, lived in Greene for 10 years. I think it's a little disturbing that people are starting to try and find out where I live, where Miss Hall lives. It has no relevance on this whole application. Somebody started saying, well, where do you live? I want to find out where you live. You're a city council person, that's one thing. You need to be able to say, I live in the district, I represent this. I'm a businessman, I live out in the country. Unless I'm asking to do something at my home, I don't think anybody needs to know where I live. This has nothing to do with it. Second, the health officials, City Health Department has come out, looked at the coffee grounds, and said, just rake them in. They're biodegradable. They make a compost. They're actually a pest retardant. So somebody has called the health department, the fire department, and we understand possibly the solid waste department. We're pretty sure who it is. It's one of the neighbors. And they have called these three departments, and they have come out and said there's no problem. The fire department was called to come out and find the propane tank that was too close to the building. There hasn't been a propane tank there in 20 years. Then they were called out to the mounds of coffee grounds that were on the ground. Health department came out and said, just hit them with a rake, knock them over. It's fine where they are. This has gotten very, very, in my opinion, it's gotten dangerous when the neighbors start talking like this and they start trying to find out where you live. This has gone far beyond the zoning request. As far as the dumpster that he took a picture of, that was on a weekend when we had one of them market days there. That was not the coffee shop putting all that in there. That was vendors and other people in my group of buildings. They all use the same dumpster. So to come out and say, look at the trash that was there, and we have been told they've been out there rooting around in the dumpster, questioning some of the coffee girls, the baristas that work there. I find this troubling that they're going after a teenage girl and asking her, okay, how often is the dumpster emptied? What goes into the dumpster? There were 3 people on a golf cart, came from the neighborhood and did this. This is very disturbing. It's interfering with Ms. Hall's business. her girls are getting a little paranoid. They're starting to walk out the door at night and look around to see if somebody's going to come out and jump after me and do something. I don't think that's healthy. That's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else within the 200-foot notification area that would like to speak in favor?
Excuse me, Dean Jameson, 1726 Sunnybrook. Even with the points the opposition has presented, I still think this roastery is good for Green. As someone who frequents the shop regularly, the storage cabinets moved to another location will provide additional seating for patrons visiting the coffee shop. Additionally, the coffee shop is one of the few places you can sit and enjoy the AC without actually purchasing anything. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else within the 200-foot notification area that would like to speak in favor?
There are a few things said that I thought maybe I would defend myself on, since I haven't had a chance to do that in this process. I wanted to apologize for the situation in the back. We do have one of our team members that has a seizure disorder, and she had a seizure, but the ambulance has come, and she's fine, and she's good. So I did miss what Craig Hall said, and
Robert Barnett.
as well, sorry. Going back to Mr. Davis, claiming that he wanted to meet with me on 2 separate times, and I refused. After our first meeting in June, everything ended very friendly. 2 days later, I got a phone call asking me what was in it for him. He was very concerned that my building was going to block his view of the Green Tower. I told him over and over again I would do everything I could to work with engineers to make sure that that wasn't going to happen, and that I would work with him. He invited me that day. He thought maybe I was at the coffee shop. I was not. To come to his backyard and see what he sees. My availability to get up to the coffee shop immediately is not always. As a single mom and as running a business, I can't just get there as quick as I can. Probably 4 days later, I did go up there, and I had already received notice that we had a petition going around, so I felt that the whole point of meeting in the back was moot. He had already started a petition. And so I ran my own experiments to try to figure out how tall the building would be and where the sight line would be and how we could not block it. So I continued with that experiment. The only other time he has asked to meet me was through an email while he was on vacation. I had emailed all of the neighbors, and I believe, Councilman Spradley, I had sent you that email as well, and I can't remember who. I may have sent it to everyone, but I know on staff, that email to the neighbors went out as well. He was very upset that I said in there that the petition had misinformation and that I wanted to have a second neighborhood meeting to invite the entire neighborhood, and he was incredibly upset with me. He was not going to be at the neighborhood meeting as he was on vacation, and I just didn't feel like I needed to put myself in that situation to have that phone call. So that is why, and I don't normally refuse to meet people, but it just seemed inappropriate. As far as all of the licensing and the health department type things with us roasting, like they said, I've been roasting in Green for 12 years. No one's ever had an issue. They didn't even know I existed or that I was roasting coffee until we had a neighborhood meeting. They were surprised to find out that we've been doing it already for 12 years, and I asked them point blank over and over and again, have you ever smelled it? Every single one of them, no. No one ever smelled it out there, and now all of a sudden it is this horrific, offensive smell. So that is a little surprising to me. As for the licenses, they did call the state and turn us in, which I actually appreciate. I had no clue that we had to have a food processing license because we deal with the local health department, and they never said that we had to have one. We started roasting to just serve coffee in the coffee shop. Apparently that is fine with the regular local health department. Once you put coffee in a bag, whether I put it in one bag and sold it to one customer, I still have to have a food processing license. I did not know that. I got a call from the state. She giggled about it. She was super cool. She was like, all you got to do is fill this out and pay your giant fine. It wasn't even a fine. It was like an application fee. So we applied, we paid our fee, and we have our license all clear. As for the FDA stuff, we were told to hold off because we don't have our facility built yet. And if you apply with the FDA, which for coffee isn't really a requirement from what I was told. They just recommend it. Because coffee is such a low-risk product. No one's ever had an outbreak or a major illness from coffee. You roast it at super high levels of heat, and then you brew it at high levels through a filter, and nobody's ever gotten sick. So it's just the FDA is to keep us safe and to make sure that we're not spreading E. coli or whatever. So that is something that we were ready to apply for once we got the new building and get that license, so then they can send the FDA representative out and they can check everything. As for the site plan and the details, I'm not an engineer, I'm not an architect. Staff asked us to come up with a site plan after the P&Z meeting got postponed the first time, and they asked us to come back with a site plan. That was the best I could do. We did the best that we could. We've already measured it with measuring tape out, and we know that it fits in that area and where it's supposed to go. And because I wasn't perfect at drawing on paper, I apologize. But that's not my forte. I don't know how to do the scale stuff. As for
Ms. Hall, your time is up. Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Anyone else inside the 200-foot notification area that would like to speak in favor? Anyone outside the 200-foot notification area that would like to speak in favor? Anyone outside the 200-foot that would like to speak in favor? Okay, got you. Just wanted to make sure I wasn't fixing to close the public hearing. Okay, we'll close the public hearing, and we will take it back to council and see if there are any other questions of either the applicant, the owner, or Mr. Looney and his team.
Mayor, I have some questions.
Go for it.
For Mr. Looney. Mr. Looney, you heard the comments as well as we did. Yes. What is the requirements for the site plan? Is what she turned in, especially with the new addition or the new, moving the building, is it sufficient or is it not sufficient?
Yes, sir. So we have in our current ordinance, we have two different types of special use permits, a type 1 and a type 2. The site plan is only required for type 2. This is a type 1. They shared a site plan for added information, and so it is included as an exhibit in the draft ordinance for inclusion, but it doesn't have to meet all of those detailed requirements that a type 2 site plan does, which is why it doesn't have some of the things that one of the gentlemen spoke about having. We've seen tons of site plans, particularly those short-term rental site plans, and those don't even have nearly the level of detail that this one did. So we were happy to receive what we received from this applicant for a type 1 SUP.
So at what point in time, when it comes to your department, would all those fine details like the refuse and the propane tank be located in, more precise measurements? When would that take place?
Certainly. This isn't I think one of the confusing parts of it too, and what I speak about a lot, is the name of it, a special use permit. It's not a permit, actually. It's a zoning overlay district. But because years ago they labeled it a permit, it sounds like a permit, it's not a permit. When they actually come in for their building permit, that is when all of the fine details about how far away a building has to be from another building is examined. So if they show on a site plan, even a type 2 site plan, that a building is going to be at a certain location and city council approves it at that location, when they come in and submit their drawings that are done by architects and engineers for their building permit, that's when we review things such as exactly where they are. And if they don't meet the building code requirements for distance from another building, or if there's going to be propane tanks or other sort of fuel tanks above ground, or whatever it may be that may be submitted for a variety of different construction, that is when those things are reviewed. And so those things always supersede a site plan that's approved as part of an SUP.
Okay. And on the recommendations, the residential setbacks, number 1 or number 2 and number 3, if they move the building, are these still even required?
So the applicants were originally requesting to deviate from the requirement along the rear property line, which is the one that abuts the large parking lot. The setback requirement, they wanted to deviate from that. Actually, in moving the building up, they would then meet that setback requirement, so it would be unnecessary to request that deviation because they would actually meet it. They were also requesting to deviate from the residential buffer requirement on both sides. So regarding the southern property line where it abuts the large parking lot, The interesting thing about that is that large parking lot to the south is zoned residential, but it is a commercial parking lot. So that's why staff recommended approval of that deviation, because the residential buffer is intended to protect residences. There isn't a residence back there, and it's unlikely that that parking lot would be redeveloped for houses. So that's why staff recommended approval of deviating from that rule. But if City Council wanted them to install the masonry wall that would normally be required if there were a house there, or to plant trees on that southern border as well, then certainly that deviation that's currently in the draft ordinance could be removed through your motion.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Looney, do we have a way of measuring the emissions that come from that facility
Today?
today?
I'm not aware of any, and I'm looking to our neighborhood services manager, Brian Ruiz, who also oversees our health and food safety division, and he indicates no, there isn't a
Do we
method
have
of
any
measurement.
plans for the future, or is this something the state regulates? The reason I'm saying is because people are worried about the emissions coming from this building harming the residents in the area. And if we have no way of regulating that, then how are we going to put that in some sort of SUP? We can't fulfill the requirement.
Right, right. If there isn't a way that a municipality can measure emissions, then certainly there isn't something you can include. However, I do think that, there was lots of comment about a condition that's included as well regarding what would be attached to a roaster to control those things, and whatever they're called, scrubbers, sweepers, oxidizers, or afterburners. As I understand, that's something that the state requires anyway. So regardless of what a condition is that a municipal city council may place on an ordinance, the state would control that anyway. So if it's required by the state, that's not something the city can overrule. So if it's required by the state, it'll be on there. If it reduces the emissions, it reduces the emissions, but there isn't a way to measure that, at least from a municipal perspective.
Okay, so it's regulated by the state, not the city?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. We had a resident that came up and stated that they were not for or against, but my paperwork shows that they're currently against. Is that individual on property 11 still object or wants to be a no response? I believe it's Mary Jane Nally. Do we know?
Property number 11?
Correct. Mary Jane, is she still in the room?
Yes.
Yeah, it's a registered for opposition, but if you would like to speak with Ms. Nally.
Yes. Are you still opposition, or do you want to be no response? Because that kind of would possibly change the way we vote up here.
Ms. Nally, if you'll come up.
I apologize to calling you out, man, but you're number 11, and this could cause a supermajority. It could not. I'm not asking you to be either for or eject or no response, but you stated you weren't either way. Are you willing to go no response, or are you going to stay in objection to this?
I will stay in objection to require the supermajority.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Any other questions from council? Okay. Is there a motion to approve?
I would just like to make a statement.
Okay.
First and foremost, I'd like to thank everyone for all their comments tonight, emails, phone calls, taking your time to participate in the city government process. I love Green and cherish the fact of its historic value and its heritage also. It's one of my favorite places to take a drive to. I drive through there often. Last council meeting, I made a decision that was in haste. I apologize for any confusion and for the strain and stress caused by my initial vote and then reversing my vote shortly thereafter. I understand how this looks for the city council, and I take full responsibility for my actions on that. I have an obligation to weigh the facts as presented to the council and then base my decision on those facts for all my constituents and District 4 and the city. The facts as I see them, the property owner, Mr. Lair, has been in Green since before the internet, cell phones, or even Amazon. He owns 6 or 7 properties in Green. He values the charm and the look and the historic atmosphere and will keep this tradition with the new building. Additionally, probably won't even be able to be seen from the road. I don't believe it'll affect parking in any kind of way. Oversized delivery vehicles may only access this property only once a week. The building is set to be only 22 feet high, which is less in height than the trees that surround there. And I believe we said it's less in height than the current building. Is that right? The exhaust system must comply with TCEQ, Texas Commission on Environmental Quality Regulations, and that's, let's see, that's item number 6. Business has a right to grow with limited government oversight. It's not our job to determine who works there or their hours or how it is they do their job, which would be the trash can or other things that was pointed out. Only that they are safe in what they do so. In this case, the afterburners, air scrubbers, or whatever it is you want to call them that's going to comply with TCEQ will be a huge upgrade and virtually eliminate all smoke, odors, vapor from any coffee roasting. So with that, I would like to add a couple of things to the SUP, that only one coffee roaster, 35 kilos or less, and the older 5 kilo is allowed within the new building in this SUP. The location of option number 2 is added instead of the current one, and no roasting on Saturday or Sunday. Any other additional roasters of any size will require a new SUP.
That's your motion.
Thank you.
State your first point one more time for me.
The coffee roasters.
Only one coffee roaster of 35 or less kilos, which is the new one, and then the older one that's currently in the building is allowed in the new building. And she had already mentioned she only wants 2 of those, and I believe that's the 2 that she wants. And it's 35 or less, so she could get a smaller one. And it's also that these 2 coffee roasters are going to be connected with the afterburner air quality standards.
May I ask a question about that particular part?
Yes, sir.
And based upon an expert here, somebody was giving these details to us about that they could not be connected to the same afterburner or whatever you want, a scrubber and all that. Shall we also make sure that both of those roasters, no matter the size, have their own
I
think she can come up and
Ms. Hall, can you come and maybe address that or answer that question? Because if that's a burr in some of the neighbors' saddle about the fact that they want them separately,
Correct.
can we do that?
So our goal is to follow whatever the state regulations are for cleaning. So my understanding is on the afterburner, there's a specific size that you purchase that goes with the specific size of roaster. So if I'm putting 2 on it that are not being used consecutively, it can be attached to one afterburner. So what I need to do is figure out with the production crew that makes the afterburners in the roasters that we purchase from. And so they will know all of those regulations. And so our goal is to, whatever those are put before us. Right now, legally, we're not required to have anything on the small roaster because it is so small and it doesn't emit enough to hurt anybody or cause any damage in the air.
Is that the one you're currently using?
Correct. That's the small
in the shop now, not
correct.
somewhere
Yes,
else.
that one's not underweight. It only does 8 pounds at a time. It's a small roaster. A lot of those smaller type roasters or sample roasters, people don't even vent them out. They just kind of do it in the room. So I would never do that, but we are willing to tie them into a large afterburner, or if it is required to have 2, we can do that as well. So we're open to whatever the regulations are. We just haven't purchased that yet. So.
Okay, so my question is for Mr. Ruiz now. Is that going to be a requirement that the city places on her, or is that TCEQ and then we have to monitor that or inspect it on a regular basis? Right. I'm sorry to bring you up, but I figure you got the answer.
That requirement would be something TCEQ would require, not our division.
But we don't have regular once a year or once every 6 months of making some type of an inspection on this operation to make sure that it's all hooked up?
Yeah, when we do our normal food inspections, we can verify that it's actually connected at that time.
Okay, can we add that, Mr. Looney, to these
Connected and operational.
Yeah, we can add that for normal operation, that one of our requirements for inspection is that, make sure it's connected and operating correctly.
Okay. And is it possible to also determine, and I know I've seen the wonderful pictures that someone took of the dumpster, and determining that the dumpster was not, I can't imagine the coffee shop making that much. That was a 35 ton.
Yeah, there's actually 2 dumpsters there.
Okay,
and
well,
it's used by 5 different businesses
Yeah,
there.
it's not just one business, and so you
Right.
take pictures of it when it's empty, and take pictures of it after Green Market Days, and maybe we have some more accurate information.
Right.
And then the other concern would be is to be dumping the grounds. They may have been given permission to do that, but I think just to keep people from using their cameras to take pictures to say, I don't like this, so I'm going to take pictures of things that I think are inappropriate. If we can make sure that doesn't happen anymore, maybe that's a regular part of the inspection, I don't know. I just want to make sure that we're touching all the bases on things that we've heard concerns about, because I think there's remedy to all of them.
We've had conversations with the business owner already last week about reducing that and going to nothing at this point, because that's what they were doing, was dumping it on the ground, raking it in the soil, but there's a saturation point where you put too much in the ground, and it's not going to do what they're saying it's going to do. So that's one of the conversations we had with them last week about just stopping it at that point.
May I make a
Dumping on the
suggestion?
ground.
I know New Braunfels ISD has gardens, and so does the food bank. I use coffee grounds and eggshells, if anyone wants to try it, to revitalize my gardens every spring. I highly suggest that you find another way of doing it and reach out to those. You have a good relationship with Comal ISD, maybe you could have a good one with New Braunfels.
Okay, then I guess the other question, Mr. Looney, was, can you identify for me, when you say south and the parking lot to the south, is that the parking lot that is toward Mr. Lear's buildings, or is that the parking lot that belongs to Ms. Nally and Mr. Molak, the large parking lot?
Yes, sir. Sorry. I was speaking to the border of their property, which borders the Molak and Nally parking lot to the south. So that's the property line where they were requesting the deviation to not have to build the masonry wall and plant the tree buffer.
Okay. And did I understand you to say that is all zoned residential?
Yes, sir. It is zoned R2, along with the subject property.
Yeah.
Zoned R2. Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I would entertain, Councilmember Spradley, were you making a motion, and would you be okay with the addition of the items that we've mentioned? Okay.
I didn't write those down.
Okay. So do we need to make these recommendations in the motion? Is that correct? Okay. Let's think through this so we make sure we don't forget any.
You don't got it? I think we've covered a lot, and I think we've covered things probably outside of our venue of control that we're putting in here, that we've talked about state requirements, health and permits that come later. You know, we go through all these zoning changes and we try to put all this into it, and then we get the information that'll come when we do the permitting. If they don't do the permitting right, then, you know, they're going to have to do the permitting right.
Well,
Right now, we're
this
rezoning.
SUP is going to be transferable. Is that correct? Is that what I understood from the very beginning as well?
It is zoning, so it runs with the land. So just like it's R2 today, they sell it, it remains R2, R2 SUP, it would be R2 SUP. So it's not a transferable permit, it's actually the zoning of the property. It runs with the land.
Can we make the SUP where it dies, even though the zoning is still commercial? Can the SUP die at the selling of the property?
No, sir.
Okay.
No, sir. Since it's zoning, it runs with the land.
But it's interesting to note that the property owner and the business owner are joint in this, right? So what did you want to add to it?
I want to make sure that
Look at our
TCEQ
motion.
and that Mr. Ruiz is going to inspect all this on a regular basis and not just expect that TCEQ will come down and do that, but we need to be doing it to make sure it's on. So I don't know how we figured that in.
Can we get suggested language for
The
that?
HEPA scrubber afterburner filter is connected and operational at every inspection, right?
Satisfactory?
Well,
And did-
on number 6, it says it must comply with TCEQ. Is that not good enough?
And that was, in connection with all those, that statement sounds like it would satisfy, as Mr. Reese, and as they go through the inspections with TCEQ, that's, unless I'm wrong.
As long as all the people who are here and are concerned understand that everything is covered. That's the reason for the discussion here, is that I'm trying to remember all the things that they've had concerns about. There's not anything we're going to do about the traffic in Green.
Mayor, I think that, if I'm understanding your concerns correctly, I think that if you were to add a brief sentence to that condition that just said, and with the city's annual inspections, the city examines, what was it, the afterburners connected and operated, and that the grounds are not.
Right, that's my biggest concern.
Okay. Let's see. A motion to approve the SUP with additional items added into the SUP, that only one coffee roaster of 35 kilos or less, and the older kilo, 5 kilos, is allowed in the new building with the SUP, both connected with afterburners, complying with TCEQ.
Right. Yes.
Right? And the location of option number 2, as they presented tonight at council, and no coffee roasting operations on Saturday, Sunday. And then with city yearly inspections, would it be? City yearly inspections that comply with TCEQ and coffee roasting facility standards, state standards, I guess. Is that right?
Yes.
That's a lot. Thank you.
Got a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
A motion by Councilmember Spradley with the recommendations, and seconded by Councilmember Blakey. Any other discussion, council members? Okay. Ms. Martin, would you please call roll?
Councilmember Campos.
Aye.
Councilmember Willis.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Bowers.
Aye.
Councilmember Spradley.
Aye.
Councilmember Herda.
Aye.
Councilmember Blakey.
Aye.
Mayor Brockman.
Aye. Motion carries 7-0.
And Mayor, how we do that is whenever there are changes to the draft ordinance, staff will edit accordingly before your signature.
Okay, thank you.
I'm already going to check that.
We'll take a 5-minute break so that we can relieve ourselves. B, the next individual item for consideration. Discuss and consider the first reading of an amendment to Chapter 6 of the city's Code of Ordinances, Animals, related to the retail sale of pets. Mr. Looney.
Thank you, Mayor. The Animal Services Advisory Board expressed concern about retail pet stores and wanted to enhance the city's rules concerning them. Over about 4 meetings, the Animal Services Advisory Board discussed and heard testimony from residents and animal breeders and business owners and statewide advocates, mostly regarding the sourcing of animals that are sold at pet shops, and also about a variety of other issues, from lending practices to animal treatment, what the USDA requires on breeders, community pet overpopulation, and so forth. At the Animal Services Advisory Board's request, staff prepared some ordinance options for the board to consider as a recommendation, and then also shared some examples from other Texas cities. The board, the Animal Services Advisory Board, that is, voted to recommend the ordinance that is attached in your packet and was posted with the agenda. This ordinance would require any pet store in the city limits to obtain their cats and dogs from either an animal shelter or an animal welfare organization. The draft ordinance also builds in a grace period such that any existing pet stores could remain in business a year from final adoption. So, for example, if the second reading is 2 weeks from now and it's adopted, then any existing pet stores can remain in operation so long as they don't close for any period of time for another year. And the draft ordinance also includes some minor definition and grammar fixes in the ordinance. Based on previous testimony and questions from City Council during the presentation seeking direction that we provided in July, staff did share some data with City Council, included some in your packet as well, for at least what we were able to discover. I and our Neighborhood Services Manager, Brian Ruiz, are happy to answer any questions. And then, of course, I know we do have a lot of citizens and concerned folks here to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Looney.
Yes, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions to begin this discussion at this time from council members?
Yeah, maybe I just missed it real quick here. Thank you, Mr. Looney, for your presentation, all the extra data. So how many of these cities that passed this ordinance did we communicate or just get an idea, or staff reach out to them? Not that they're going to sway our decision, just, was there additional information from those cities, or you just had a list of them?
About their ordinances? Yeah. Or we've asked them a variety of questions. We are, let's see, let me count here, 1, 2, 13 cities that have enacted ordinances since 2010. There was a 2010, a couple of them did, and then it wasn't until 2018 when there started to be kind of this snowball of other cities in Texas enacting ordinances. We know about the ordinances they've enacted and when they became effective, but not all of them have shared all of the information we have asked thus far. We did ask them to provide us some information so that we could let you know about the number of dogs that have been brought into their local shelters, so that we could see that data before their ordinance passed and after. At least from the ones that we have received data from so far, it's not really conclusive that there was an impact, but not sure if that's because it's not impactful, or if that's just because it takes some time for there to be an impact, or were there just changes in population, just natural changes in the population of a community that also impacts the population of pets that may negate any sort of impact, or at least any sort of visible impact from the numbers.
Okay. Thank you for that.
You're welcome, sir.
I remember calling several cities on the early cusp of this, and it was, I didn't get any data, but this was a while back. It's interesting that we finally have some real strong data, and I think that's what we were striving for. Thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
Mr. Looney, so this latest document that you sent this afternoon, I believe.
Yes, sir.
Texas cities who have passed local ordinances. It looks like either the cities that have passed it either did not have pet stores, or if they did, those closed soon after. Is that correct? Those businesses shut down?
Some did. In a couple of instances, they have brought litigation against the cities.
So let's talk about that since you said that. So
Sure.
I see Dallas and El Paso are in litigation over an ordinance like this. Do you know some more about this, or does
I don't
any
know the
other city
details of their
staff know?
litigation. I'm not sure if perhaps our attorneys know a little bit more about the specifics of El Paso and the other one that is currently in litigation.
I know about El Paso. There was a pet land in El Paso when the ordinance was adopted. That's who instigated the litigation against the city. That ended up resulting in, after some hearings, it did end up resolving by settlement agreement, which we have not been able to get a copy of that settlement agreement. But and I believe the pet land is still there. However, I don't know that it's the same owner as it was in 2010, 2011, but they obviously they're not selling puppies or cats out of there. They have an adoption, they put dogs there from the local shelter that are available for adoption.
So
that's all I know about El Paso.
Okay, that's what you know.
So, I mean, in the end, In the end, the parties agreed that they would, after the year of grace and the litigation was resolved, that they would, stop selling puppies and kittens.
Okay, but cities are certainly not immune from litigation
No,
in an instance like this or a settlement.
correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions of Mr. Looney or staff? Okay, we'll open this up for, this is a first reading, so we'll open it up for public comment. Those who are in favor of this item, we will give 30 minutes, and then those who are in opposition will give 30 minutes. And so if you'll step up to the podium if you are in favor of this item. State your name and address for the record. Speak into the microphone so people on TV can hear you good.
My name is Sandra O'Neill. I live at 429 Skipping Cedar in San Marcos. I want to thank you to the mayor and all the council members for considering this ordinance. When I went to lunch at La Cocheca, I think I pronounced that wrong, here in New Braunfels, I saw a man on the feeder road with an arrow that said puppies for sale. After lunch, I went and found it. My heart dropped because I've been in the pet industry over 38 years, and I'm very familiar with these stores. A lot of boxes the puppies were in didn't have all the information displayed, which to my understanding is one of the requirements of having a permit. Many puppies were lethargic and in boxes that are too small. It's the same practice I've seen over 38 years, smoke and mirrors to make a lot of money. I've helped shut down 2 puppy stores in the past years, and to see this one that had been given a permit to do business in New Braunfels made me remember so many still don't understand the cruelty and mass production of puppies. To even contemplate permitting a business that gets their pets from puppy mills is extremely disappointing. Where's the oversight and accountability? This is about 3 things: money, puppies, and accountability. Those that own or broker these stores only care about the thousands and millions of dollars they bring in on the backs of these sick, stressed out 8-week-old puppies. And your citizens that are unaware and spend thousands on a sick dog, and some having to put them to sleep, finding out the store is closed and under a new name with no recourse. They will only find loopholes to not be accountable. It would be awesome if these stores only sourced from shelters and rescues, but they won't because there's no money in it. Show us how much you care about this issue and do the right thing. Send a message to these people that your citizens that voted you in and all council members will not let a pet store open in their city. At the very least, no sick puppies will be trucked by the hundreds to your city to be sold, and your citizens won't pay the price taking out high interest rates, loans for over 90%, and a heartache of a sick, dying dog. I've been married to law enforcement for over 25 years, and we clearly do an abysmal job on human trafficking. Why would the trafficking of puppies be any different? I'm a businesswoman. I get the free market, but what expense? What lobbyist Albert Sardinas, sorry if I pronounced your name wrong, and owner Kaylor Kerr are after is the money. They turn a blind eye to what's really happening because the bottom line is their pockets, not where these puppies are coming from, even though they know. I totally support great businesses, but this isn't one of them. Don't turn a blind eye, and please make New Braunfels a puppy mill store-free city like many Texas cities already have. Thank you.
And anyone else like to speak in opposition? Oh, you gave your name, didn't you? Yes, ma'am. No. Huh?
Tanya Palmer.
We're in favor. I'm sorry. Yes.
Tanya Palmer, 12061 Tawny Drive East, New Braunfels. I serve on the Animal Services Advisory Board, and I'm also a small business owner. I'm an insurance broker. I've owned and operated my independent insurance agency for 16 years. So clearly, I am a huge advocate of the free market. On the flip side of that, my mom bred and raised AKC dogs for 30 years. Outside of my primary vocation, I have bred and raised APHA horses for 20 years. All of that being said, a responsibility to not facilitate and perpetuate animal abuses supersedes economic freedoms. So just because I have unwavering support of the free market doesn't mean we can overlook how puppies are sourced. The Animal Services Advisory Board tried desperately to find a way to propose regulating where a retail pet store could source their animals because of interstate commerce laws. That was an impossible feat. There was no way to do that, which is how we came to the proposal that we're looking at tonight. American Kennel Club AKC recognizes 197 dog breeds. They're one of the oldest and most respected breed club registries in the world. You can access the Breeder Code of Ethics on the websites listed in their National Parent Club directory for AKC registered breeds. One of the most common provisions is that breeders must agree never to sell their puppies to pet stores in their Code of Ethics. So in consideration of the fact that a breeder selling puppies to a retail pet store is a blatant violation of these codes of ethics, it's absolutely impossible to make an argument that Puppyland sources its animals from responsible and ethical breeders. So these two statements contradict each other. You can't make that argument. Pet shops and puppy mills work together to perpetuate animal abuse and defraud the public. They do this by operating through brokers. The puppy mill breeders have violations, but launder those violations by selling through the broker. Jacks, Jaks, is a broker. Puppyland sources the vast majority, if not all, of their puppies from Jacks. I have copies of shipping manifest totaling 130 puppies coming from Jacks over the course of 3 weeks in August of 2021. Mr. Looney and Brian, they have copies of those. I have copies here. So it's not in debate whether that's where they are sourcing them from. That's where they're getting them from. Council voiced strong concerns over creating a potential monopoly. This ordinance would only restrict retail pet stores. It doesn't apply to individual breeders. A vast amount of choices to purchase puppies in New Braunfels will continue to thrive. Investing about 30 minutes of time performing cursory search on Google for dog breeders in the Braunfels area, it discovered a rather extensive list of AKC breeders available locally in our area. That list is only exclusive to breeders that are online. There's plenty of other breeders that have no online presence and only, find their clientele through word of mouth, their reputation for what they do. These animals are also, they're vaccinated, they have genetic testing, have registration papers, the parents are loved, part of the breeder's family, on site for inspection, interaction, the demeanor, the overall behavior of the parents, the health. The breeders can be contacted for many years to come for advice or help in continuing to care for their animal. Once you take the animal, you bring it home. Not a single New Braunfels citizen spoke out against the ordinance. Of the two that did, both live out of town, both have significant financial interest in Puppyland, and I believe both of these factors negate their input. Puppyland may pull up stakes and move somewhere else, but that doesn't license New Braunfels to, if something bad is going to happen somewhere else, that doesn't mean New Braunfels should be associated with it or facilitate it in any way. We shouldn't perpetuate it in our city. The bottom line, if the city of New Braunfels would not tolerate a puppy mill doing business, then how can we justify facilitating in-product sales of such animal abuses? Please pass the ordinance that the Animal Services Advisory Board has proposed.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak in favor?
For the record, my name is Alana Hill. I live at 6707 South Old Bastrop Highway. Hello there, and I would like to thank you so much for allowing us to come speak today. I would first like to say I am in support of passing this ordinance, as it will only help New Braunfels be a more humane place to live and help to reduce our overpet population problems. I understand some of you are concerned about taking away consumer freedom. Well, if this ordinance passes, consumers will still be able to purchase directly from a breeder, as that is the only way reputable breeders do business. Reputable breeders simply do not sell puppies in pet stores. Of the 27 different breeds offered at Puppyland New Braunfels in the recent past, 26 of those have been AKC nationally breed clubs that explicitly state their breeders will never sell to pet stores. Each code of ethics set by these breed clubs states breeders will breed for the welfare and improvement of the breed and strive to produce puppies that meet the breed standard. This is not possible when they are crossbreeding between 2 or 3 different breeds. Many code of ethics from the AKC specifically prevent crossbreeding and warn about producing designer breeds. 44% of the breeds offered at Puppyland are designer breeds at the time of my research. People are not paying top dollar for dogs that are not people are paying top dollar for dogs that are not purebred. Are consumers aware of that, or do they think they are getting a purebred because the pet industry has given them names such as cockapoo instead of Cocker Spaniel Poodle mix? As I said before, this ordinance will do very little to affect consumer choice to purchase purebred dogs, and I would like to take this time to list just some of the breeds I found on the AK website at marketplace.akc.org. These breeds have already signed a statement that they would not sell their puppies to pet stores. These breeds of puppies have been in sale in Puppyland at the time of my research and also can be found within a 50-mile radius of the zip code 78130, which happens to be the zip code Puppyland resides in currently. At the time of my research, I found on the AKC website for sale 5 Boston Terrier puppies, 4 Shih Tzus, 9 Yorkshire Terriers, 11 Poodles, 16 Dachshunds, and 22 French Bulldog puppies. Clearly, if an individual wants to go buy a purebred dog, there are plenty in the area available. The presence of a pet store like Puppyland is not only unnecessary, but a huge burden to our community and especially our local animal shelter. I also would like to state that passing this ordinance would show basic respect for our pets. Puppies are not products. Please vote yes for this ordinance and help New Braunfels go humane. Thank you.
Anyone else like to speak in favor of this item?
Hi, my name is Samantha DeForest. I live in Blessing, Texas, and I am an ethical breeder. I actively participate in AKC showing in the venues for all aspects and purposes. I am considered a well-bred breeder. I do not breed for anyone but myself. I do not breed to fulfill a demand. I have no regard for the sadness if an unfit family is upset they cannot buy one of my puppies. I am a breeder for the betterment of the breed, improving longevity, structure, and temperament. I do not breed for the demand of pet ownership. I understand a puppy does not fit every home. I always advocate for rescue in the event that someone is not approved for one of my puppies. I account for every single puppy that leaves my home. I offer support to every family that purchases a puppy from me. I require communication from the puppy families to ensure the well-being of the puppy. I vigorously vet homes, digging into backgrounds to ensure no animal cruelty charges or arrests are on the record of all homeowners and occupants. I do not allow anyone to register their puppy in their name unless they have shown the puppy in an AKC venue of their choice and completed verifiable health testing from veterinary specialists such as veterinary therinologists, veterinary cardiology, veterinary ophthalmology, and PennHIP certified veterinarians. We never allow full registration unless it is someone personally known who holds the same morals and ethics that we hold ourselves to. This year, I made the heartbreaking but necessary decision to exclude 4 dogs from my program that I bought with the intention of including in my program. I did not breed any of these dogs. I raised them from the time they were puppies until my oldest is going to be 4 in March, and none have been bred. I have 2 females and 2 males, and they have all been washed from my program. I invested $75,000 that I had to lay down because they just were great pets. They did not meet the representation of the breed that would make the bettering of the breed. This is the most basic of things that ethical breeders do, things you will never see from a pet store or retail pet business. The only pet establishment that you will see such stringent guidelines in the absence of ethical breeders is your local county shelter. I definitely urge you to pass this ordinance. Thank you.
Anyone else wants to speak in favor of this item? Anyone else wants to speak in favor of this item?
My name is Shannon Graham. My address is 260 Springs Hill Circle. I am here to ask you to please pass this ordinance. I have a copy of Pasadena. Some of you may or may not know that Pasadena just passed a humane pet store ordinance about a month ago, so they became the 13th city in the state of Texas to pass a humane ordinance. I have copies. Can I leave with you? So 6 states have completely banned the retail sales of pets in pet stores, and then 13 cities. We're hoping New Braunfels will be the 14th. I wanted to share because Puppyland requires their employees and customers to sign NDAs that they are afraid to speak out. So this is from Puppyland New Braunfels from August, just the last couple of months. This puppy arrived off the truck like this. I'm going to read. This is quoted from a former employee of Puppyland. My first puppy truck. During training for management, I and another employee were set to do our first puppy truck drop-off. There was little information about the whole endeavor, save for the time they would be there and how to scan them in and put them up. The dogs arrived very late, and this was no oddity. They put the pups in the kennel truck and run them from the facility straight to the store, no breaks or care. The dogs arrived starved, filthy, and almost all in a state of shock. After scanning microchips to make sure it's the correct dog, they do a basic look over, often missing things as the employees are tired and the dogs are filthy. Then they are given a calorie-rich gel and the dogs are put away until morning. The dogs stay in this state of shock for several days to weeks, and they develop behavior issues. How could you not, after the only human experience is being transported and medicated? There are few windows of exercise, and it is not encouraged to play with the dogs for some reason. The level of shock and concerns, I and the other manager trainee were dismissed as time wasters and told that that's normal and this is just how it is, but we knew better. The first dog they handed us was a red Woodle, and we were literally afraid the dog was dying because it was so shocked it was hardly responding. We sat there and force-fed bits of water and wet food till he started to do something positive, and the trainer was like, "We need to move faster. The dogs always do this." Weeks later, I'm still having active nightmares about the facility, and I am no stranger to pet care and emergencies. Shelter standards are leagues above puppy store care. Just imagine puppy care so poor that it pales in comparison to the emotional toll of working in a shelter and watching euthanasia or surgery. Another Puppyland puppy from the same time period that was left in the back of the store in a cage for 3 months due to needing cherry eye surgery. This dog had no exercise, no interactions. This puppy is from the past year from Puppyland. Kayla said this puppy had a liver shunt. But that's not what the vet said on the vet paperwork. It said because the cause of death was being dehydrated and asphyxiation on its own vomit and starvation. And that is coming off the puppy truck as well. So Jax is located in Iowa. The breeders are all over. So the puppy goes from the breeder to Jax. From Jax, it goes to the transport company. And then, 16 hours to get here to Texas. The pet store, it sits in the pet store until it's sold. And then from there, it hopefully goes to the consumer. This petition is to show City Council the number of supporters in our community, 4,797 signatures. And I also have citizen comments from that petition I would like to present. Please pass this ordinance. It is the ethical
Give it to Ms. Thank you.
thing to do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else in favor? Anyone else who would like to speak in favor?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Stacy Sutton Kirby. I'm with the Texas-based nonprofit, the Texas Humane Legislation Network. I live in Austin, and we work with advocates as well as rescues and shelter directors and folks who are experts in animal care all across the state regarding policy and legislation for the welfare of animals and the communities where they live. So we all know, we can all see the picture of the photos of the actual puppies, but we all have the picture in our minds of where these puppies are coming from, these very large commercial facilities, and then they are passed on to dealers, and eventually they end up in the retail stores. These facilities that are out of state, they pump out untold thousands of puppies annually. And we're all given the reassurance that because they're USDA licensed, that there's some oversight going on, but this just really is not the case. USDA has seen an unprecedented decline in their oversight of breeders in the last few years. From 2014 to 2020, there was nearly a 90% decline in enforcement cases against bad breeders. So there is no effective oversight at the production end. According to industry research, however, of the top 25 pet store chains, only a handful are still selling puppies using this old-fashioned model. The large production facilities, the brokers and the dealers, the transporting, and then sending them off to the retail stores. In fact, the vast majority of pet stores are doing a booming business by selling supplies and services, and partnering with shelters and rescues to showcase locally sourced pups. In short, pet stores don't have to sell puppies to do a thriving business, and no one has to go out of business. I won't repeat what some of the prior speakers said about not losing consumer choice. I too have done the cursory internet searches and easily found up to 60 breeders within 25 miles of this zip code. Very easy to find an ethical breeder here in Texas, here in Central Texas, not very far from New Braunfels, no matter what breed you're looking for. And let's not forget the 40 rescue groups that work with the local shelter. Many of those are breed-specific rescues, meaning that they exist because purebred dogs lose their homes too or end up in the shelter, and there's so many of them that there are groups that specialize in rehoming golden doodles, Yorkie poos, designer dogs, you name it, there's a rescue group out there for it. Something to remember is that anytime an unaltered pet is brought into the community, it invariably adds a pet not just to the household, where it invariably means that additional pets will be in the community. Puppies and kittens sold in retail stores are too young to be spayed and neutered without being fixed. In some cases, those pets will reproduce without the owner intending for that to happen. But in other cases, a $4,000 dog bought at a retail store fuels backyard breeding as the purchaser tries to recoup their investment by selling their pet's puppies. New Braunfels is experiencing very fast growth. One thing we know for certain is that whenever the human population skyrockets, the pet population skyrockets right alongside that. In the coming years, the demands on your shelter, on your city animal services, animal control to deal with the community's growing population will surely increase. You have this opportunity in front of you, and it's so well supported by your community. New Braunfels citizens have made clear with the nearly 4,800 signatures on the petition, six letters to the editor in the local newspaper submitted by local residents, the 40 rescue groups that are working with your local shelter, and the dozens of people who live here and have come to speak before you and spoke to the Animal Services Advisory Commission before the measure went before full council. I, along with all the rest of those voices, even though I don't live here, but because I've seen all the hard work that they've done in studying the issue and bringing this information to you, I urge you to vote yes on the ordinance and take this opportunity to set good policy for your community based on the input of your constituents, what you know about the large puppy breeding industry, and please take your Animal Services Advisory Board's recommendation to pass the ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone else in favor? You have about 4 minutes left, according to my watch, for the in favor. Just state your name and address for the record, please.
Yes, Renee Hernandez, 304 Limestone Creek. Council members, do better. We can do better. You assigned an advisory board to give you information. They gave you the recommendation. Do pass this ordinance. If you just take a look on social media and see our shelter is busting at the seams, and this pet store can sell the animals that are coming from the shelter. The people that are the rescuers that are putting out a help notice, please, we got too many dogs. What do we do with them? We have cats. We need homes for them. We need fosters. We need money. And nobody's stepping up. And y'all have a chance to make it better. Please do so. Pass this ordinance. I don't know about what the brokers are going to say and what they're going to talk about. I'm just an animal lover with a passion. Listen to your constituents. They want you to pass this bill. We want you to pass this bill. There are hundreds, thousands of unwanted animals in the streets tonight, all across Texas. And all the shelters are asking for help because nobody wants to step up and do the right thing. I know one of you members, the last time I was here, was concerned about stopping free enterprise. But this isn't about the money anymore. It's about the humane thing to do for these animals, to show that we have compassion. Please, listen to constituents. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else want to speak in favor? You have 3 minutes.
Brandy Steptoe, 2475 North Ranch Estates Boulevard, New Braunfels, Texas. Really quick and clear and to the point. Child abuse. It's appalling, right? We put people in jail for abusing. Emotionally abusive parents, they still can get their rights taken away. Let's look at animal abusers. We also put them in jail. They're also very appalling as well. They have felonies against them if they abuse animals. However, that's only physical. How is this humane? This is where we must protect the animals who are clearly being trafficked. This is just like child trafficking. It goes in one hand and out to another to make a profit. We must stop this because, again, our shelters are overran, and it's time we stepped up for the people and the animals in this community. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in favor? Like to speak? In favor. Okay, we'll move it to the in opposition to this item. Anyone want to speak in opposition? You'll step up to the podium, state your name and address for the record, and limit your comments to 5 minutes or less.
Hello, everyone. I feel like we're following a theme tonight. My name is Kayla Kerr, 651 North Business IH 35, founder of Puppyland, the only puppy store in your city, as well as an AKC-backed and inspected store. First I want to touch on, disgruntled employees. They can say anything that they want after they leave us. If you guys have concerns about the care or the condition of my puppies, when they come in or while they are in store, my vet is here tonight. She's happy to answer your questions. My husband and I were very involved in what we do. We visit our breeders frequently, and we have very high standards for them. Things that we're looking for when we visit them: exercise programs, socialization programs, veterinary programs, retirement programs. They're all exceeding the USDA standards. We agree that they are low. We want to set the bar higher for the entire industry. We attend continuing education seminars with them. We assist hands-on with a mobile vet doing our OFA health testing clinics. That means that my hands are on the parent dogs who are socialized, happy, and healthy. We very much want to show people that our breeders are reputable and they are producing healthy, well-bred puppies that are happy, and they love what they do. You can't raise dogs if you don't love what you do. They're a lot of work. Just this year, we've attended many breeder seminars with our breeders. We've done numerous breeder tours. We even took all of our store managers with us on the breeder tours. And we've assisted in many health testing clinics just this year. Next year, there will obviously be more as well. Before we get our puppies in-house, they're all taken to one central location, which is Jack's. You can call it a holding facility. You can call it a broker if you want. They're there to be vet checked. They're there to be microchipped. Their information is input into a system so that when we receive our puppies, we have all of their medical information neat and nice, so that way we can give that to our customers. After they're transported to us, or after that, they are transported to us. So our transport are specialized Sprinter vans. They have specialized ventilation systems. The drivers are trained to take care of the puppies at a minimum every couple of hours. It's one van, so it's open. Heating, cooling, the entire 9 yards. And they come straight to us, so that way they're not in transport any longer than they need to be. Now, I'd like to note that we see every aspect of this process. My husband and I, we visit our breeders. We visit Jack's. We can inspect the transport system at any time. We're extremely involved. When our puppies arrive in store, they're anywhere from 9 weeks to 12 weeks old. They're going to be checked by our local veterinarian again. We'll hold them for a few days to monitor them, and I want to make sure that they're ready to go home. When they are ready, we go ahead and send them home with the customer. We have fantastic health guarantees to make sure that our customers are taken care of. Puppies are living creatures. We understand that they can be subject to common puppy ailments, and that's why we cover them. We've got a 15-day viral guarantee. We're going to cover, if you get a puppy cold, if you need additional deworming treatment, we pay you for that. 2-year congenital and hereditary problems, you're going to get your money back for your puppy. We're extremely transparent with our customers when they purchase from us. They go home with the general care information, breeder information. They get the OFA health testing certificates, the signed off vet check form from our local vet. And then when you come into our store, we have 2 large TVs of our breeder videos playing that my husband and I have taken ourselves. I really urge you guys to set emotion aside and really look at the facts that are being presented to you guys. Stop by our store, see how we operate. Come in unannounced. Nobody, maybe they don't know who you are. Come in and just secret shop us. Absolutely. If you want to schedule a visit, we're happy to give you an entire tour of the store, including our kennel area. In your folder, you're going to find testimonies from industry experts, veterinarians, breeders, informational handouts about us, informational handouts that we give to customers about the basic care for their puppy. We've also previously provided Dropbox access to you guys so that you can see our breeder videos, and I have a tremendous amount of testimonies from breeders, veterinarians, and other people in our industry. We want to be a part of this amazing community. We absolutely love New Braunfels. We want to provide your residents healthy, well-bred, happy puppies. There's a reason they're coming to us instead of visiting these breeders that may be around you guys. We sponsor the local high school football team, and we want to give back more to the community. Some things that we do in our other communities, we donate to rescues, we donate to police canine units, pet oxygen masks for fire departments, back to school drives for children that are in need, food donations for those who need it. We help supply service animals for retired vets that may have PTSD or whatever they may need a service animal for. Those are all things that we are active with. Let's work together to raise the bar on our industry instead of shutting the door on us, our businesses that are doing it correctly. Thank you guys for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak in opposition to this item?
Good evening, everyone. I feel like it took me a long time to get up here tonight. I am Dr. Robin Seacrest Lang. I have worked and lived in this community for 4 years. I currently examine the puppies that come into Puppyland every single week. They have one shipment a week or less around the holidays. They may not bring in a shipment of puppies. I am not really here to speak either for the sale of puppies or against it. It is just more to speak to the truth. So I have heard a lot on the opposing side of Puppyland. First of all, I would urge you to disregard anything that this woman, Shannon Graham, has said to you. She has personally came into my place of work and asked to speak with my practice managers. She has made false accusations against myself personally as a doctor and as a citizen of this community. And everything that she said was hearsay and based on a disgruntled employee that I personally worked with once a week in Puppyland for her very short stay there. The pictures that she showed, I personally have on my cell phone because anytime a pet is sick, they immediately send me as their veterinarian a picture and ask for my advice in what to do. So I treated those puppies. The first one that she put up immediately got an injection of an antibiotic that lasted for 2 weeks. Within 3 days, that lesion was gone. The next puppy was the cherry eye. That puppy I saw each week when I came in. Yes, it was waiting for a veterinarian to have time to fix the cherry eye. I personally had it on my schedule. They tried to get it into other veterinarians sooner. No one could fit that puppy in. I personally corrected that cherry eye, and the puppy was sold. So then the last one was a very, very sad case. The liver shunt, whatever the doctor who ended up seeing that puppy diagnosed it with, I'm not sure. It went immediately to an emergency room to receive treatment. So I urge you to take what is said with a grain of salt and think about the facts and not hearsay or disgruntled employees. The one that submitted those pictures for Shannon was fired because of her inadequacies in the job. I personally examined over 700 puppies for Puppyland, and very, very few of them. I have every single medical record for every puppy that I have ever looked at for them, and I could show you the number of sick puppies that have came through the door. I examined them anywhere from 0 to 72 hours after the shipment, just because of my own work schedule. It's either, the very next morning or within a couple days when I get a day off to be able to get in the door. There are, unfortunately, some puppies 700 puppies, you would expect that some of them are going to not be doing well, especially the smallest ones that come in on transport. If it has been several hours that they have been in transport, which is why they do require that the puppies be over a certain weight in order to be transported. They are immediately given a high-calorie Nutri-Cal supplement and fed and watered and given clean bedding to be in. If they get there late, they are all bathed and nails trimmed and ears cleaned out and very well taken care of. These puppies, they pee or poo, and within minutes during open hours, if the staff is there, it is cleaned up immediately. It is the cleanest environment that I have seen for puppies in a sales condition. I would like to point out the fact that anybody can come in and say that they're a reputable breeder and they have all these standards, but where's the oversight? Who says that they are? They do? So, well,
we'll let her speak. No one interrupted you. Thank you.
So anybody can make a website. Anybody can say that they're reputable. Anybody can, say that. So let's see. I would say that, in my experience with the owners of Puppyland, they care very much about the puppies that come through their doors, all of their staff members. I personally purchased a little long-haired Chihuahua that had been there for a few months and hadn't got bought. It was on its way back to Washington with the owners to find a home there, and I took him home, and every time my puppy sees anyone from that store, it's like a family member to them. They held him every day. They, took him out for his playtime.
Ma'am, your time is up. Thank you for your comments.
I wish I had more time to tell you more.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak in opposition to this particular item?
Mr. Mayor, esteemed council members, city staff. First and foremost, my name, Albert Sardinas. My address, 2044 Northwest Tallis Drive from Washington, which is much colder than you guys are right now. I want to open up by saying, again, first and foremost, our regards to the city staff that we've been working with on this process. Mr. Looney and Mr. Ruiz's team have been excellent to work with as we have shared information with them. Mr. Ruiz had several questions of the clients, and the handout that you all have received, you've received it via email as well, but I wanted to put it in front of your faces this evening. That's just a sampling of some of the questions that city staff were asking that the owners were all too willing to make sure that got to you guys as well. So I want to be really clear. What is the problem that we are trying to solve? Is it overpopulation of shelters? Okay, that's a fair problem to attempt to solve. It has been stated in this chamber that when your local shelter had reduced fees, or I dare say it might have been no fee, that did not spur additional adoptions. Getting rid of a retail outlet does not suddenly empty shelters, because not everybody wants a shelter dog. I wanted a puppy. I got 2 Siberian Huskies, one on either side of me. They're 3 years old now. I wanted a puppy. Apparently, I'm a bad guy for that kind of a thought. Furthermore, the ordinance as written, it's a lazy Band-Aid. It is a lazy solution. If you have concerns with oversight, if you want to see more information, if you want Puppyland to have its information broadly available, then let's talk about language that we can put into this that does that. Many states and municipalities have adopted puppy lemon laws, is what they're commonly called. So if a sea of angry people that actually bought puppies from Puppyland, brought them home, and they were sick, those 2 owners would be put out of business because they would be mired in tort claims for selling sick puppies. But you don't have an entire chamber filled with people that said, here is the sick dog that I bought. What am I going to do? How can you help me? Yeah, maybe 1 or 2. I know that happens. It's extremely unfortunate. The owners have attempted to help. You have advocates like myself up here. You have advocates from the opposing side up here. We're all advocating for a cause that's important to us. Me personally, I have spent years advocating for small business. The comments, I'm sorry, kind of throw me off from my timer. I don't presume I'll get an extra second for that. But the fact remains, gentlemen, the emotional argument aside, the owners of Puppyland have done everything they can and will continue to do everything that you guys ask of them, that Brian's team asks of them, to showcase to you that they are running an ethical business, that they are not the masses that operate in this space, that they want to make it better. Every council that I have spoken to, I have shown them, here's how we don't just put a Band-Aid on it. Here's how you showcase to your population transparency. I appreciate your time. We hope that we can continue the conversation. We hope that you all will consider some of the amendments that have been posted previously. The board did not care to consider those amendments, so I would ask, and I will send them to you again, if you all would consider them. We're not asking for the wild, wild west here. You want standards, you want transparency, they want to give you that. Let's put on paper, right, if that's the route you want to take, let's put on paper some steps that we can take towards compromise, which has been just the overwhelming theme of the evening. Kind of feels like out of the oven and into the furnace tonight. So again, appreciate y'all's time. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments of folks who are in opposition to this item?
Hello, Mayor and Council members. My name is Justin Kerr, the owner of Puppyland in New Braunfels. First, we are not a pet supply store, so those other models don't really work for us. We are a pet store that specializes in providing healthy puppies from responsible breeders. Councilmember Spradley, I wanted to point out one thing you said was honestly pretty perfect on the coffee subject. A business has a right to grow with limited oversight. We're a business, but we also have rights. The coffee roasting situation is very similar to ours, except we were already approved and met the existing requirements in code, spent nearly $300,000 to open, and were quickly put on the agenda of the Animal Advisory Board to essentially shut us down and create a monopoly for shelters who were also on that same board, ironically. We sell puppies. We don't have a business if we're not allowed to. At the end of the day, that's what we do. So first, I want to point out, despite what you've heard, Puppyland does not support puppy mills in any way. Yes, we're a business, but we're also people and animal lovers ourselves, and so are our over 25 employees. We have a full staff, all dedicated to caring for our puppies and finding them homes. My wife and I are actively involved with the breeder visit seminars, health testing clinics, like she said earlier. Something alarming here is that from the start, this entire process has shown the city's attempt to create a monopoly over the pet industry for an organization that the city themselves helps fund. The New Braunfels Humane Society receives a significant amount of funding from the city, and the director of the Humane Society and another member are on that board that proposed this ordinance, like I said earlier. And while we don't hope to, litigation is a real possibility in a situation like this. It's honestly a little interesting. Through this process, it's been brought up several times that shelters are simply too crowded, and the intake statistics are even posted with this current draft ordinance by the Humane Society. But the rescue intake numbers are not impacted by Puppyland, even though the messaging you received is designed to lead you to believe that Puppyland is the cause. In an article actually released today, the director of the Humane Society herself even stated that Puppyland is not the cause of pet overpopulation. They also only provided you half the statistic of the shelter intake to show how many dogs they brought in, but they failed to tell you that they also found a place for all those dogs, or practically all of those dogs. I went ahead and provided that for you in my testimony there. The real cause of the shelter overpopulation is irresponsible pet owners. It's not breeders. It's not pet stores. It's just irresponsible pet owners and not registering, not microchipping their dogs, and then the shelters have no way to find out where that dog came from. But we microchip all our puppies, so that's taken care of on our end. But if you simply allow the market to regulate itself, our health guarantees cover so much that we would have been out of business already, but the community obviously is not having that issue. So we're here trying to improve the pet store model and show that it can be good. Shutting down a business based off an opinion or emotion, which is pretty much all you've heard today, is not going to help a single animal. You can look at California. It's the perfect example. They passed a statewide ban, and it's kind of a mess on the whole dog breeder situation at the moment. You can't just assume an entire industry is bad just because of a few, and that goes for anything in life. While this ordinance does not limit consumer choice, it does discriminate against a single legal business and its constitutional rights. at the end of the day, we were given that license, and here we are today. Please try to see through the emotional aspect of this topic and see the truth. If you have any additional questions and would like a tour of our store, reach out to us. We'd be happy to arrange a meeting. If you want to regulate pet stores, we are supportive of that, but creating a monopoly requiring us to source from shelters only, the largest which is funded by the city, is simply not a practical or ethical solution. There are easy ways to regulate, even though the advisory board member said that there was not. There are states, cities across the country that have done it before, and it's worked successfully. It's easy to monitor, easy to regulate. It's not unreasonable to do. So at the end of the day, this is just such a complicated subject that this ordinance should be put on hold so that we can work together and come up with a practical solution that actually prevents future problems and has a real effect and prevents any unnecessary problem for the city. If you want to go humane, so please do so responsibly and regulate. Don't ban a pet store and require us to buy from shelters. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak in opposition to this item?
Good evening, boys. I'm going to keep this short. It's getting late. I'm excited to be in the great state of Texas.
Your name.
My name is Jolyn Nothi. I am the owner and co-founder of Jack's Puppies out of Britt, Iowa. We distribute puppies, purpose-bred, happy, healthy, well-socialized puppies to pet stores, and we act as a liaison between the breeders and them. Jack's works to ensure that breeders, stores, as well as ourselves, all adhere to the highest set of standards in regards to canine welfare. I'm gonna go off like a little off. In my folder are the facts. I can read them to you, or you guys can read at your leisure. Happy to ask questions afterwards. Tonight, I am, of course, here in support of the Kerrs, owners of Puppyland in your beautiful pet store in your beautiful city. I'm nervous. I ask the City Council to continue to allow the Kerrs the ability to supply your citizens the puppy of their dreams. Thank you for allowing me the time to introduce myself. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak in opposition to this item?
My name is Kelvin Kroger. I am a dog breeder from South Dakota. Justin and Kayla asked me to come and speak with you. So like I said, my name is Kelvin, and along with my wife and our 2 children, we have the joy and privilege of raising puppies. Our facility has been licensed and inspected by the USDA since 2015. Our inspections with the USDA are performed unannounced, and we have passed all of our inspections. USDA is not the only inspector we have at our facility. We have a working relationship with our veterinarian who oversees and inspects the health and well-being of our facility, our dogs, and our puppies. We are members of multiple breeder organizations, as well as serving as an officer for our local group. Our dogs have been health tested and certified with OFA. We feed a premium dog food. We follow a proven and veterinary recommended vaccination protocol. Our dogs and puppies are given toys, treats, plenty of interaction and enrichment. Socialization and training and enrichment are very important to our program, as our son is 6 years old and our daughter is 4. So we need to make sure that our dogs are happy and safe around our children. All of our puppies are seen by a veterinarian and issued a health certificate before they leave us. With all of this oversight, I think it is quite clear that we do not operate the type of operation mentioned in this ordinance. That is just me and my family, but I want you to know that I am not the exception to the rule. Jack's and Puppyland work with many breeders who do the right thing, breeders who provide excellent care and environment for their animals. I would like to ask you to vote against this ordinance. If you're looking for a solution to a problem, I would highly suggest that you not start with the source of documented puppies from a reputable store in your community. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else that would like to speak in opposition?
Matthew Milligan, 223 Sunrise Rim from Nampa, Idaho. Mayor, council. Given her expertise, I wanted to ask permission to have the doctor with me. How much time do we have left?
5 minutes is what I have. I have 5 minutes. I don't, but she's official, so.
5 minutes.
Gentlemen and people in the room, I took a lot of notes for the last couple of hours, and a couple of things from the book of Proverbs kept coming to my mind. The first is that the first to speak seems right until somebody comes up and questions them. That was true for the lady with the coffee shop. It was true for other situations, and I think it's true tonight. A second one that came to my mind is this, is that through patience, a ruler can be persuaded, and a gentle tongue can break a bone. There's nobody in this room, whether they're wearing a red shirt or a suit or a t-shirt, who wants anything except the best for puppies. The people in this room are not our enemies. They are not our adversaries. They are good people who believe in the welfare of animals, and they're going about it in the way that they think is absolutely best. Do I disagree with a lot of it? Yes. Do I agree with some of it? Yes. The first time that I shared with you guys a few months back, I mentioned to you that I had been in the pet industry for over 20 years, and I have. And it has a black eye, and it has a black eye for a good reason. Most of these good people that are in here have seen the same abuses and came to the same conclusions that I did for nearly 2 decades. I ran the local home-raised pet store. I drove to the home of every single one of those local breeders. One of the ladies mentioned earlier around 35 or 40 puppies that she could source online. I did the same exact thing. I drove to their home. I took pictures of the parents. I did tests on them. I took them to the veterinarian. I did everything I could to avoid being that guy in the pet industry. But the reality is, after 20 years, I ran into consistent, nonstop problems, gentlemen. Parvovirus, coccidia, giardia, not knowing what the mother and the father were. I intended to do good. I did my homework. I did the work. I spent hundreds and hundreds of hours. I spent tens of thousands of miles driving to try and bring these local home-raised puppies to people. That is what most of these good people in here are recommending, is that you just close the door on pet stores, close the door on people who do this professionally, and just hand it over to people who, as well-intending as they might be, simply don't have the time, expertise, or the resources to offer what Puppyland does. Several years ago, I had a shop. They came in, they liked my location, they told me who they were, and I was resistant at first. After seeing their procedures, after receiving the puppies and watching them come in, I realized something very clearly. I could not do what they could do. I didn't have the time, the resources, I didn't have the partners, I didn't have jacks, I didn't have people who spent their life caring for animals. Is it a different model than some people in this room would like? Yes. But I heard something when it came to the coffee lady. There was 165 people who didn't want her to open. There's 80,000 people in the city of Greene, if I did my numbers right while I was listening. 0.2% of people came here to scream and wring their hands. What about the other 99.8% of people? Just preserving what has been in the past is not what a city is about. Justin and Kayla Kerr do a phenomenal job. I've come up here 3 times from the state of Idaho because truth doesn't have a residency. I don't have to be a member of this community to know the facts. I've been to their facilities, I've been to their stores, I've watched the puppies come off, and I've seen the staff who glow and delight in their arrival, who protect the puppies, who provide for the puppies. And moreover, if there's not a right home for somebody, we resist and we talk them out of it and we tell them it's on hold. In any event, I had an awful lot to say. I just simply wanted to state that if we could turn the temperature down in the room a little bit, people behind that counter right there need to make a good judgment, and we trust that you will. People behind me to the left and to the right all intend to do well. But I can tell you from firsthand experience and 20 years of trying everything that these good people have mentioned, there is a superior way. A lot of people who say they do it right don't do it right. Justin and Kayla do it right. Everything's open book. Look at our records, talk to our vets, come to the store, hang out for as long as you want to. And I want to cede the rest of my time to the doctor. Thank you.
A lot of time left, but I just wanted to say that I agree with most of these ladies in red. They are here because they are fighting for puppies. I am a vet because I love animals and I'm here to do what's right for them. If I did not believe that the Kerrs were taking the best care of these puppies, and I have flat out told them this, the moment that I see that you are not doing something right, I'm going to be the first one to tell you and have it changed. So I completely agree that something in this industry needs to change, but it's not the Puppyland location. It is the breeders that don't have that oversight and don't have the knowledge for genetics and breeding. It is insane the number of animals that I have seen come in from private breeders that are covered in fleas and underweight and
Ma'am, your time is up. Thank you for your
diseases
comments.
Thank you.
I appreciate the time.
Okay. It's got both sides, 30 minutes each. We'll bring it back to council. Any comments or questions of anyone you've heard on either side? Anyone here at the dais?
Mr. Looney, so I think the research you sent us over the weekend stated that none of the animals in the Humane Society of New Braunfels were traced back to Puppy Land. Is that correct?
Correct, right, Brian? I'll let Brian help me answer that question.
That's correct, yeah. The information that was sent to us for 105 dogs, none of them were, we put all the microchips into the Humane Society software, and none of them came back as being entered or anywhere at the Humane Society.
Okay. And of the cities that responded back to our request for information, 3 of the 4 cities saw an increase in dogs left at humane societies after the passage of an ordinance like this, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you sit on the Animal Advisory Services Board, is that correct? Mm-hmm. The only commission or board in the city of New Braunfels that an actual employee sits on. That's correct. Which I'm not a fan of, because you're in the middle of this, and city employees should not be. Do you, knowing the information you have, did you have all of this information when you voted at the Animal Advisory Services Board?
Not on the information pertaining to cities when they passed it and then what their numbers were prior to and after passage. No, that information was not available to me and was not given to the board as well.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions of any council members? I guess I have 2 questions. One comment. I have a hard time thinking that someone that wants to have a private enterprise business would be told by a nonprofit that they have to only provide their dogs or their cats. I do have a concern with that. It's not that I'm saying that there's a monopoly or that we're not providing an opportunity for business. If I want to buy a Ford and the Chevrolet dealership says, no, you can't because I sell Chevrolets. So that doesn't sit with me. Now, there's been a lot of additional information provided tonight by both groups that obviously is helpful if we had the chance to digest it. And so, besides that one point about having to sell only or make available only those dogs from the shelter, I do have a question for, and I'm sorry, the young lady from Austin that spoke. Your list, and I know several, go ahead and step up here because you may need to scream or holler at me here. I know your list is 10 here. And others, a couple of others of you had mentioned about local within the 25 miles of the 78130 that are breeders. And these are all folks that you could say these are reputable breeders. Is that correct? Or
I can't vouch for them being reputable by me going on their property and conducting any kind of inspection. I base that on conducting the internet search, going to their website, and seeing that many of them had their AKC credentials on their website. And from the website, you could see their actual, if they had a license number, you could see their contact information, and they weren't hiding behind some type of puppy broker website. It didn't take you to some other website where you couldn't figure out how to contact the people. And a lot of those folks on the list say, we've proudly been here breeding dogs in Central Texas in the Hill Country for generations. And that is sort of a general description of how, I think you heard Samantha here earlier talking about what it means to be an ethical breeder. You wouldn't sell to a pet store. You would invite your potential customer to come and meet you, and you wouldn't sell a dog to someone unless you felt really good about them going into that person's home.
Okay, thank you. And yes, Samantha, I was going to ask you a question as well. I'm not sure where Blessing, Texas is. Okay, so it's not within 25 miles of the 78130.
No, I just came to offer an
But
ethical breeder.
since you're an expert on breeding and could be one of these 10 people if you were 25.
It would be very easy to find out, yes.
So that would tell me that if you were one of these folks, even though you are credentialed and you have lots of experience, and you would not participate in working with Puppyland or their folks to be able to help provide them with your quality pet. Is that correct as a breeder?
The two-part answer to that question is no. And the second part is I'm a member of 2 different breed clubs, and they don't allow that.
I see. Okay. Didn't know the rule.
Absolutely not.
You think that that's probably the same with these 10? Just in your experience, do you think most of them probably have that same kind of? I'm not going to hold you to the answer. I'm just.
I mean, I couldn't say for sure. It's very easy to find out. Okay. I do know that of the breeders that you probably have in your hand, they're going to charge probably half as much as Puppyland does.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Kerr or Mrs. Kerr, either one. The point I'm trying to make is that there may be some other options that we try to encourage both groups to go back to the table and talk more about this ordinance. That's the only point I'm trying to make, and I know I'm belaboring the evening for everybody. Why would not you guys want to work with local breeders if they're allowed to do so or if they're willing to do so, as opposed to going through a broker? And unfortunately, I'm sorry, Ms. Nothi, but everything I have seen and heard, it's not been good until tonight. You've provided us with some information. Why would you not want to go with local breeders that could provide you with quality animals that would also provide an opportunity to work more closely with the local Humane Society folks to be able to make a win-win for everybody?
Mayor, can I interject only before the Kerrs respond? I'm sorry for cutting you off, but I just want to mention that we couldn't adopt an ordinance that would require or mandate that they contract with in Texas breeders only or local breeders only. They do have, if they're going to be purchasing, they would be able to purchase from a breeder across state lines equally as they would with a breeder in Texas. So
okay,
that you can answer.
So let's talk about
It could be voluntary, so I just want to kind of set the premise
Okay.
that we understand that would be something that maybe wouldn't be regulated, but could be voluntary.
Okay.
Our breeders have more oversight than just your average breeder. You know, they have multiple entities coming into their kennels. They're inspecting them. They are checking them. We do the health testing. Our breeders do the health testing. They're paying attention to temperament. Calvin over here has bred, bulldogs for a very long time. He has purchased, a bulldog in his breeding program, spent, tens of thousands of dollars, however much money it may be. And if he finds that that's not a good dog for his breeding program, he will not breed it. Same as this young lady, Samantha. I think that it boils down to is my breeders are not represented here because they are across the United States, so I can't get all of them here. But they are all very similar stories to Samantha. Absolutely. AKC, they absolutely are for breeders selling to pet stores. We only sell puppies, and we're inspected by AKC, and we are backed by AKC. And I'm happy to get a letter from them for you guys, basically saying that they do agree with pet stores in our industry. Is there anything I forgot?
No, and I think the other side of it too is that just because a breeder is AKC or USDA or any license, it doesn't make them a good breeder. It doesn't make them a bad breeder. An AKC breeder who's got 2 dogs, just abuse doesn't discriminate. Neglect doesn't discriminate. You can neglect those dogs no matter how many you have or don't have, no matter what license you hold, no matter what license you don't hold. So putting a label on saying that they are AKC on those breeders or they do not sell to pet stores is really kind of an invalid point, because it doesn't really matter what they are. You can still neglect those dogs.
Okay, thank you.
So I agree that as breeders, backyard breeders can neglect dogs, but as somebody who purchases full-bred dogs from around the country and raises them, breeders of merit don't sell to pet stores.
Imagine you have a family at home. You've never owned a dog before, ever. You've tried to do your research and you think that a breed that you've researched is going to fit your family. You've reached out to a breeder 6 states away from you, halfway across the country, whatever it may be. Maybe they're local. I don't know. One, it's still money in their pockets at the end of the day. 2, what happens if you get there, you put a deposit on that puppy, it's not the right fit for you? We offer a safe space for people to come and meet different breeds, meet the individual puppy. Just like humans, puppies each have different personalities. We're here to match them and counsel them and also be there for the lifetime of the puppy for them, just like a breeder would be. For the care of them. If they can't keep their dog, they're actually required to contact us. They're not allowed to just drop them off at an animal shelter. They are required to contact us if they can't keep their animal. We offer absolutely everything that our breeders do, and our breeders still sell privately as well. You know, we don't just hold them to only selling to us. They sell out the door as well. It's preference, it's safety, it's, I can't tell you how many breeders that I've read stories about that their entire litters or their mama dogs have been stolen right out of their, home, backyard. What could be tracked through their home, you traveling around the country or through even just the local park. What kind of viruses are you bringing through on your shoes to their puppies? There's so many different factors in it. I respect that, you have worked with breeders individually, but there's also a space in the community for us as well. And I think that the consumer should have the choice of if they would like to go to local breeders, if they'd like to travel the country, if they want to come to a safe space. We're not forcing a puppy on them. They fully make their decision on their own. Or if they would like to go to the local shelter and pick up an animal there as well. Freedom of choice, absolutely.
Not everybody also really has whether it's financially or just obligations, whether it's work, kids, anything, they don't all have the ability to be able to freely go out and do that. While it's good that you are, but the other side of that too is, even if somebody makes it work, makes the commitment, goes halfway across the country to go to one of these breeders, how many times do they go in there and then find out that that breeder isn't what they say they are, and then they are in a bad situation supporting an unethical breeder that may not actually be as good as it is, because show breeders don't make good breeders necessarily either. It's kind of a different thing. It doesn't matter. It doesn't always matter what they have on paper.
Even with my travel expenses, I think I pay less for my dogs than you charge.
That's your choice, absolutely. We offer convenience so that our customers don't have to travel the country, and they may not be able to afford to do that. But they are able to purchase our puppies.
I think we need to come off the price thing. This is not about price.
I agree.
Councilmember Campos, if someone wants to spend that amount of money, you wouldn't, I wouldn't, but they do. So we need to stay off price.
This is not a price issue for me. It's not a consumer rights issue for me. For me, this is a moral issue. I feel like this is not an ethical way to make money, and I think our community believes that.
I actually would like to thank the owner of Jack's for coming here tonight. Actually, to face your accusers face to face in person says a lot, because and the thing that sticks with me always from the presentation we heard 2-3 months ago was that when our local Humane Society, and I can only reference this because this was the information they gave us, was when they lowered the price of their adoption prices, they had lackluster returns. When they made a weekend or a couple of day period where there were no adoption fees, lackluster. Only a few dogs or animals were adopted. So that tells me the market is not interested in this. And so it's it's not the city of New Braunfels that gets in the way of this. If the market, so frankly, is this more about the business model of the local humane society and to prop them up, or is it about all these other things? So what is it?
It's not about that for me. The market's also there for prostitution. We don't support that.
I'd like to know, you guys have another pet store right next door to you guys in another city. Say we're not here, okay? You guys are not able to find homes for your shelter pets because that's not what people want. They're going to go to the next city and go to this other pet store. I don't know what their standards are. I don't know what their practices are. I can guarantee you that I have amazing health guarantees and I will take great care of my customers, your residents. But when your residents, they want what they want, regardless. They will travel to the next city to go to this other pet store, and then you can't protect them in any way. So why not put regulations, into place on, I use top-notch breeders. I am very passionate about them. I'm confident in them. Work with us and we'll put together an ordinance together on how you can source your pets when, you're in business in New Braunfels. We're the only pet store here. But let's set some higher standards. We're absolutely for that. I don't think regulating us out of business is the way to do it, but we will absolutely work with you. Let's, give your residents amazing guarantees so that way they're protected. Let's get healthy puppies from great breeders into our store, which we already do, so that way they have a higher chance of being protected. And you guys are giving them the option still that they want, but you're regulating it. They're not going to go next door to San Marcos, is that where it's at?
It is.
To, who knows what, you can't help them there, essentially. We're here to help.
We've been encouraging and pushing regulations all along. It's been honestly kind of not really going anywhere because it's really hard to push something when this ordinance is designed to promote the rescue model, which 2 of the members were part of the Humane Society in the area. So it's really hard to get any progress on a reasonable solution when it's so one-sided. We're not here saying we don't want you to pass anything. We're open to regulating this as long as it's reasonable. But then you have the other side that is the only way is their way. There's no open-mindedness to this subject at all to have a reasonable compromise like it was with the coffee subject earlier. So, and is it okay if Matt comes also?
Well, just a second. I got a couple of other.
Well, I don't think the answer lies in sourcing the animals from the Humane Society. Here you have, just like you had Ms. Hall with her coffee roastery, willing to work with the neighbors. A business owner willing to work with the neighbors. Here you have a business owner, and we were okay with that. Here we have a business owner willing to work with the local government, with their neighbors. So the answer isn't found tonight, to be honest with you.
Except for me, this isn't about a widget. Like, this is a living thing.
Well, it's not going to be for you. And that's where we'll never agree on. But okay, to me, you have business owners willing to work.
Please.
You have business owners willing to work. They just said it. They're willing to work. Regulate them. Find something that can come down on that both sides can be happy with. But I don't think it sits in the ordinance as written right now.
Mr. Bradley?
Yeah, I don't think the same people that go to the Humane Society is the same people that would buy a $4,000 dog either, right? I drive a Jeep, not a Maserati, right? So I prefer Jeeps and not fast cars, although I do have a Mustang. My wife does. And I have visited your shop. I haven't seen anything wrong personally with my own eyes. I sell things on eBay and Amazon for as much money as I possibly can make, right? And the only thing that keeps me from making more money is someone else lowering the price, and then I got to adjust that. But in my opinion, and I kind of agree with him, it's kind of an ethical decision, which means would I do this or would I teach my children to do this business model? Probably not. That's just me. But I haven't seen anything wrong personally.
And that's kind of the hard part too. Is there's so much emotion to it. Honestly, it's hard to see through and see everything. And that's why honestly, like we're open to showing you guys, and we're open to working with you and giving you tours to show you the stores for the parts that you can't see.
We had our first daughter in July, and I hope that she can carry this on. I hope that she can do this when she gets older, that she can provide healthy puppies and freedom of choice for, consumers. And I hope that this industry is still around for when she is old enough to do it. I want to teach her. She comes around to breeders and seminars with us already, and she's 3 months old tomorrow. But I want her to be active in this. I want her to see that you can push an industry to be better and do better, and don't lump us in with, other breeders or pet stores. I have videos of our breeders. You said you visited. I have 2 very large screens of videos. I'm happy to provide our breeder videos to you. I think that Albert provided a Dropbox link. They are of our breeders. There are no stock images, running around and play.
I'm a puppy from this breeder in January.
That's enough. One at a time.
I'm running around with, the parent dogs. You can see them for yourselves. You can see what kind of facility that we're purchasing from. You can see the parent dogs, the adult dogs. You can see what we do. We've got videos of the seminars. We have all the OFA health tests going home with our puppies. We have all the evidence behind us. I just don't have all of my breeders in the room.
Were you guys invited to any meetings that the group had, Mr. Reese? Were they invited, and did y'all attend?
Yes, we attended, I believe, every single one. That's correct, okay. Brian.
And did you provide input, or did you just listen?
We provided an extreme amount of input. We provided different options, but again, there are members of the Humane Society on that board. I mean, there's 2 members out of how many members? That's already a large portion of the board, and regardless, and I respect your decision, but no matter what I do or say up here, I'm never going to sway his decision or their decision. If I invited you guys to go to my breeders, there's a very good possibility you still would not sway your decision because they are selling to me, essentially.
All right, thank you. Any other questions from council?
I just want to know, do you guys, and I don't know, is it Ms. Buckner, the vet that's here? Do you guys use any other vets? You live here locally. I'm assuming you have a practice here locally. Okay, and do you use other vets? I'm sorry, I don't know you, but I know a lot of other vets that have been here for multi-generations. And I was just curious if you use some of the...
We have one out of San Antonio that we'll use as like a backup vet if we need to, yes. Before our puppies come to us, they're checked by multiple veterinarians.
Just curious if you used any other... Again, I was hoping for a local name that somebody I knew, but, I'm still not questioning. I'm not saying that you're doing wrong.
You're just curious.
I was looking for some firepower for y'all, but in that sense, but...
Absolutely.
And what would be some of the ordinance changes that y'all would recommend?
We have language that we can actually go ahead and give to you that has been adopted. Arizona State specifically has implemented regulations instead of all-out bans. There's a couple other places, so I can present that for you. But it's, clean licenses for X amount of years, requirements of the breeders, requirements for our health guarantees as well. Some people will call them puppy lemon laws that protect your consumers. But we can provide all of that language to you, absolutely.
How many stores y'all have in Texas?
We have 2 in Texas.
Here and where else?
Pasadena.
Pasadena just passed the ordinance?
We were actually kept out of the loop on that one and skirted. We met with city council members and we asked them, are you guys interested in looking at any kind of language? They told us no. 2 days prior to that, they had already spoken about and passed the language without We had no idea that they were even trying or considering. We'd had them in our store, one member, and he said, I love what you guys do. I love that you guys have freedom of choice, but then we were kind of pushed to the side and skirted. So we're going through legal things with them currently.
Any other comments from council?
I think this goes deeper than the current, like I said, the current ordinance as written. And past council members that I've sat with, 2 or 3 of you here, this council in the past has says go back to the table, get it together, find something that works on both sides, and then come back when you have it. And if that means including some of the things that you could, the language that you have, then so be it. But I just don't think it sits right now in its current form to me.
Thank you. Any other comments from council members on how we want to proceed?
I don't feel like there's any compromise in this. I don't think that, the sides are pretty clear. I make a motion that we adopt the ordinance that's recommended.
Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and second to adopt. Is that correct? Okay.
As it's currently written?
Ms. Martin, would you please call roll?
Councilmember Campos?
Aye.
Councilmember Willis?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Bowers?
Aye.
Councilmember Spradley?
Aye.
Councilmember Herda?
No.
Councilmember Blakey?
No.
Mayor Brockman?
No. Motion carries 4-3. Is that correct? Okay.
Thank you for your work, gentlemen. I appreciate your time.
Gave him enough.
Okay, item 3C, discuss and consider approval of a resolution of the City Council of the City of New Braunfels, Texas, approving a recommendation of the New Braunfels Economic Development Corporation to provide financial incentives of up to $1,500,000. I'll wait, Mr. Jewell. I'll wait. Item 3C, discuss and consider approval of a resolution of the City Council of the City of New Braunfels, Texas, approving a recommendation of the New Braunfels Economic Development Corporation to provide financial incentives of up to $1,500,000 to DTEX Corporation for the retention and creation of primary jobs and declaring an effective date. Mr. Jewell, welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Brockman. Jeff Jewell, Economic and Community Development Director. The item before you tonight is a grant of up to $1.5 million to DTEX Corporation. This was considered by the Economic Development Corporation in a public meeting at their August meeting, as well as they took action on this particular project expenditure at their September 21st meeting, and with a vote of 7-0. We're going to talk a little bit about the project and talk about it as a business retention and expansion project. Business retention and expansion is a very practical activity of that economic development organizations undertake to work with local businesses to help them expand. 80% of a community's jobs come from existing businesses, and so working with and identifying challenges and issues, speaking with business leaders is a very common activity in order to identify future plans that companies may have, expansion opportunities that they may have, or relocation, or if they're having issues with workforce. So in this particular matter, DTEX has been in New Braunfels for at least 40 years now. They've been in that facility off of Longhorn Industrial Drive. They currently have 3 manufacturing facilities in New Braunfels and in Bastrop. They actually have their facility that they own, and then they actually lease another facility to accommodate their increased production here in New Braunfels, and then they have another facility in Bastrop. The company is looking to consolidate the 3 operations into a single facility. And with that consolidation would obviously be the relocation of employees from Bastrop, as well as the ability for the company to digest and absorb and have its natural growth. So we anticipate that the company would bring approximately 55 new positions to the city of New Braunfels. These positions are both production, assembly, and warehouse positions, about 2/3 of them, and then the other third is in administrative, finance, engineering, sales, kind of professional services. They are looking at a potential 100,000 plus or minus 10,000 feet or so in that facility, as well as upgrading and reinvesting into the existing into their existing facility, because it is nearly 40 years old. The additional manufacturing warehouse space, they're looking to add space in all aspects of the business operation, as well as to renovate it. Their estimated cost at this time is about $16 million for that new facility. More than half of the employees that currently work at DTEX here in New Braunfels have a New Braunfels zip code, and close to 20% of their employees have a Seguin zip code. So the new project will increase the efficiency of their production, as well as being able to absorb their anticipated growth. This is just some detail around their, the square footage increases as well as the costs. As with any economic development project, we undertake a cost-benefit analysis, if you will, or a fiscal impact analysis. These estimates, both in the taxable values, so we look at, of course, project expenditures that the city would undertake to support the project, as well as company expenditures, and the project as proposed has a net fiscal benefit of about $1.7 million if the full $1.5 million is expensed, or about a 11% rate of return. The proposed incentive that's being proposed to DTEX runs concurrent with their facility completion. They anticipate that if the project gets underway, that they would be in that facility by the summer of 2024. They would look to increase their employment in the currently leased facility once they knew they were going to be expanding here locally. And so as it's structured, it's currently being proposed in 3 different phases over multiple years. The first phase is up to $500,000 for offsets to city and utility permitting and impact fees. Again, with the construction of any new facility or the expansion of new facilities, there's building permit, roadway impact fees, utility impact fees, inspection fees, and so up to $500,000 would be provided that would basically flow back to the city of New Braunfels and to New Braunfels utilities for those costs. The second is what we're terming kind of a retention grant. So if the company stays here locally, for each employee, they have about 90 employees here today, give or take a few, but for each employee up to 90 retained after the first year, the company would receive $1,851 annually until that full $500,000 was expensed and delivered to the company. And then finally, part 3, this is the expansion and the incentive in order to add employees. So for every employee after hired above kind of the 90 baseline, and as long as there's a weighted average annual compensation of all employees in years 1 and 2 and 3, as detailed there, then they would receive a grant of $5,000 per employee, as long as those 2 particular conditions were met. So with that, I'll take any questions. I also want to point out that Ken Keeler over here on my right is the president of DTEX and is also available to provide some background on the company and answer any other questions that you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Jewell. Are there any questions of Mr. Jewell or Ken?
Mr. Jewell, just quick, we may have talked about this, the kind of an admin, when you say flow back from, what does that mean as far as the mechanics of the $500,000 flow back? Does that mean they pay it, or we just say, oh, you don't have to pay it? I'm just wondering the mechanics of the administrative side.
Well, mechanically how that works is that the building permit and any other fees are assessed on the company, but the company does not pay it. So from an internal accounting perspective, those permitting fees are paid from the EDC to the city of New Braunfels on behalf of the project.
Okay, thanks for the education.
Any other questions? Did you?
Mr. Jewell, thank you for the presentation. Just to clarify, this is an investment that we're putting into this company with some sort of return back. We're not going to be at a net loss of $1.5 million. If they don't hit the milestones, there are certain periods to where they just don't receive the money. The gentleman came to us. Well, we found out that the gentleman was considering Bastrop and New Braunfels. When a company comes to us and we hear about it, we do our very best through another organization to retain them. And if a company doesn't come to us, there's nothing we can do. So when they do come to us, I think it'd be prudent for us to entertain it and make sure that we retain the residents in this city, 90 residents with the salary that they have, and I believe it's incentives and bonuses and what have you that aren't put on there. This is a considerable win, especially with the history of this company, and I think that we need to move forward with it. So again, this is an investment, right? We're not just handing out money and say good luck.
I would say that a local economy having vibrancy is a result of choices, policy choices, and actions. Part of our economic development strategic planning effort was a call for a renewed or really an increased focus on business retention and expansion, recognizing that most of your jobs come from local industries. So a quality targeted BRE program is able to anticipate, identify challenges or opportunities that local businesses may be presenting. And so too often companies may make a decision at their own behest without any kind of knowledge of local officials or residents, much like I think what happened with the Coleman plant. That decision was kind of made at their corporate headquarters, and we really had no ability to influence that decision. This is an opportunity to influence the decision.
Thank you, sir.
Good question, Councilman, and good points. Any other comments by council? Any questions? Would you like to make any kind of comments or?
I think Jeff did a pretty good job of explaining where we're at. I've worked for the company since 1999. I've lived in New Braunfels all my life, and it's a great employer. We've got tenured employees there that have worked there for 10, 20, 30, even 40 years. So it's a really good employer. So they really do share their profits with the employees. They set a quarterly profit goal, and if we exceed that profit goal, then they take a percentage of that extra profit goal and they share it back with the employees. So that's not factored into a lot of that base salary, but it can be 5% of their W-2 wages every quarter. So, it's close to $100,000 that they're sharing back with the employees. I just don't know too many companies that do that kind of thing.
Yeah, I would have to concur with Councilmember Willis. I mean, those who've been here a little bit longer in time have come across friends. They've bragged about the company they worked for. They were excited to work there. Very, very good responses to people that not only did I grow up with, that are working there, have worked there for a long, long time, but newer people I've come across that are newer employees. And I do appreciate your comments, and I would definitely say to this council the same thing, that we appreciate you guys being here.
Sir, how many employees you currently have?
Around 90.
That live here?
Oh, that live here, it's about half of that, and I think the majority of them live in Comal or Guadalupe County.
And they've been with the company for many, many years?
Yes, it's...
And none of them are interested in moving to Bastrop?
I would rather we stay here in New Braunfels.
Yeah, just checking. Thank you.
Any other comments? Any questions? Okay, we'll open it up for public hearing. Anyone wishing to ask questions or speak in favor of this agenda item, please step up to the podium, state your name and address for the record. Limit your comments to 5 minutes or less. Anyone here wishing to oppose this item? Okay, we'll close the public hearing. What's the pleasure of council?
Make a motion, we approve.
Second.
Okay, motion been made to approve by Councilmember Willis, seconded by Councilmember Blakey. Ms. Martin, would you please call roll?
Councilmember Campos.
Aye.
Councilmember Willis.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Bowers.
Aye.
Councilmember Spradley.
Aye.
Councilmember Herda.
Aye.
Councilmember Blakey.
Aye.
Mayor Brockman.
Aye. Motion carries 7-0. Agenda item 3D, discuss and consider approval of amending the interlocal agreement with the Alamo Area Council of Governments for demand response transit services and authorize the city manager to execute all contract documents associated with the agreement. Welcome, Mr. Ford.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. Since being designated as an urbanized area a few years ago, the city is responsible for 50% public transportation costs, including $70,000 contributed annually by Comal County. The remaining 50% is funded through the Federal Transit Administration through VIA, our regional partner. The city currently contracts with ACOG for their Alamo Regional Transit ART service. ART provides demand response service to the citizens of New Braunfels Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. Richard Blunser and Dwayne Evans are here from ACOG to provide a service report and the cost agreement for fiscal year 2023. But I just want to let y'all know that the city is actually looking to procure a transit consultant to prepare a transit development plan for the city of New Braunfels, both short-term and long-term, to best use this city investment to enhance our current service and to identify and implement transit improvement options. But with that, I want to welcome Richard here.
Welcome,
Mayor,
Richard.
Thank you, sir. Mayor, members of the council, I'm Rick Blunser from ACOG. We're glad to be here. Dwayne Evans, our Director of Transportation, is along with me. As Gary mentioned, you heard UZA funding, use that term quite a bit, heard it. It's a Federal Transportation Agency administration program. Its rules, process, and procedures are set up all under federal law, and it's mainly geared to what we call hard assets, buying buses, buying bus shelters, things of that nature. It cannot be used for operating funds except for some very specific reasons that I'll tell you about in just a moment. So again, this UZA funding, we are in the UZA area of which we are San Antonio, New Braunfels, and an entity, i.e. VIA, is designated by the FTA and the state to receive and appropriate that funding. Those designated recipients control how FDA funds are spent. And as I said earlier, the San Antonio, New Braunfels, UZA, here where we stand tonight, VIA is the designated recipient of those funds. Now, you also hear a lot about 5307 funds, and that's the prime source of FDA funds. Again, these funds go to VIA, and then the 5307 funding for public transit systems and the UZA are used for reverse commute projects, and I'll talk about that in just a moment. So, as I said, those 5307 funds are pretty limited, but there are some instances where they may be used for operating assistance. And again, you have to be, those funds can only be used with the blessing of FTA, and then the grants are never used for any kind of passenger subsidy except for what's called JORC projects, and that's Job Access Reverse Commute. That's literally taking someone from their home to their office, their place of work, and back home. Now, those 5307 grants require local entities to cover a percentage, as Gary mentioned, and that is a bit of a tutorial on UZA funding and particularly JARC. This is the standard report that we show you a couple of times a year. What we break it down is the entire Alamo Regional Transit System. That's the first number you see. Those are the number of passenger trips. Then the UZA portion, and again, that's places like Schertz, Marion, and then we actually break it out as you see here in New Braunfels. And it gives you the total number of trips per month and then the percentage of those trips within the system. Again, for trips, next slide, trips in New Braunfels in July, you see the total number of ART trips broken down by the total number of New Braunfels trips, the total number of New Braunfels miles, and then the total number of hours. Again, these percentages remain fairly constant. August of 2022, again, you see the same report broken down by miles, trips, and hours, 15, 13, and 13%. Then what we did was showing you here on this slide is this is actually September. Now this report we turned in September 22nd, so it doesn't show all the rest of September. And of course, we began tracking post September 22nd, but we're pretty much on track for the standard kind of percentages. You may see a bit of increase. This is certainly post-COVID. Now the next slide shows you year to date. And again, we start with system-wide, 124,000 rides in the ART, and that's the 13-county area. We broke it down in New Braunfels trips, New Braunfels total miles, and New Braunfels total hours. And again, those percentages remain fairly constant. Passenger fare revenue, again, ART for the months of July, August, and September, and that September number is estimated because those figures aren't all completely in. But again, you're seeing the New Braunfels fare revenues on that line. The operations cost, I just call your attention, you notice the increase in August, and that's directly attributable that gas price surge that we saw in late summer where gas prices spiked. And so that's why that number, again, those numbers are a little bit higher than what you're used to seeing. Passenger fare revenue is listed there. And then the operations cost, again, for New Braunfels, that operations cost costs us about $1.3 million, and you're hovering, that's 14% of the total system. Fleet size for New Braunfels, we have 4 buses dedicated to New Braunfels, and we can also dispatch up to 2 to 4 more for the entire Comal area. That's and that's relative to our entire ART fleet, which serves the 13 county areas, and that's 68 buses. Our projected ridership for 2023 is going to be about 15,900 people, and that projected cost for us is about $64 per trip. That is it. And I would like to say one thing around our outreach, because you recall last time we were here when our executive director, Ms. Rath, was here, we talked about outreach. How do we really increase ridership? We had a great meeting on August 5th with as many of the nonprofits here in New Braunfels as we could reach and who attended, to talk about our services, to offer those services, and to make sure they fully understood what we're doing and to help their constituents understand more about the service. In late August, we did a Facebook page push on our Facebook, ACOG Facebook, and our Facebook page where we had about 5,000 clicks on where people were interested in it. And that's here in the New Braunfels Comal area. And we want to resume this after we add 2 more buses to the fleet for New Braunfels. We want to get those buses wrapped. We've submitted some ideas for what those bus wraps would look like to the city staff. As soon as that selection is made, then we'd like to up that Facebook outreach. We further sent an op-ed piece to the Herald Zeitung. It was not published, or it has not been published as of yet. But as soon as we can get a fix on what those bus wraps will look like, we can roll that in and resubmit the op-ed, and hopefully the Zeitung will talk a little bit more about the service. So we are absolutely open to suggestions and ideas around what we can do to up that awareness of the service. And that, Mayor, members of the council, that's my presentation. Dwayne and I are here to answer any questions that you might have. We appreciate your time. I know it's been a long evening for y'all.
Thank
Dwayne,
you, Mr. Blunzer. Yes. Go ahead.
So I know very little about public transit, and I'm not even sure, well, $64 a trip sounds like a lot of money.
It is.
Like, I don't feel like I pay that driving my own car.
Well, you probably don't. And again, this is a public service, so this is all based on grant funding, FTA, federal, and state money. It is a pure public service. It is expensive to run, and so and we acknowledge that. But it's going to be cheaper in your vehicle, absolutely. And Dwayne, if I've misstated that, please
look at
chime in. Come up here, by the way.
And how much I guess the point also too is what it costs the rider may be the question too, because we're looking at the audience that we're helping be mobile. Yes, there's a cost with federal money, but how much would it cost me to go across town to go from my house to my doctor appointment?
$2 a trip.
$2. Yes, sir.
How much would it cost? But it'll cost the city of New Braunfels $62.
Basically, what they're talking about, what we're speaking about is just the fuel and everything that it takes to move the big buses. And for us, basically what we're trying to do is show you the cost, but also show where we're trying to become more efficient, put more people on the bus. That's just a one-off trip with one person, and that's what it will cost.
So just to be clear, I'm not trying to be adversarial. This is just kind of shocking because I've never seen, I don't know anything about public transit, and I'm just surprised.
Yeah, what we found during COVID, because of the restrictions of number of people on buses, there were fewer people on buses. We had to, in order to make sure that infection rates stayed down, everything. We are looking at, we are going to have to begin packing the bus, getting more people, and making the system more efficient, and that's what we're committed to.
And I think there was talk about a standard routing may help increase efficiency? Like for some folks that maybe, the example would be live here, don't have any transportation, but they need to work somewhere in Seguin. There might be a connectivity there. So it only costs me a few dollars to walk out to a particular location here and gets me to one of the big industries out there, or even just to DTEX or what, like
Absolutely. I'm glad you mentioned that, Councilman. That's our Connect 46 project, and we want to continue to work with the city to look for a place here in the city where people can come to, potentially leave their vehicles, get on that bus and go to Seguin, stop at the college on the way on 46, and end up, if they work at Tyson, and then run those trips back and forth. We think it's a good idea to get as many cars off of 46 as we possibly can.
Would that even interconnect to some of the VIA transportation in San Antonio if I worked all the way across to the Toyota plant?
Ultimately, conversations are going on right now. We've had discussions. I know that the mayor was on a call with us and Capital Metro in Austin and with VIA in San Antonio. This idea of some kind of route that connects San Antonio to Austin with stops along the way, New Braunfels, San Marcos. So yes, there is the concept there and the idea that ultimately this region, if we can provide that service, that's what we'd like to do.
And because you guys are actually providing the service out for VIA outside of their zone, that's what, that is correct?
I would just like to say I was a supervisor for art here in New Braunfels, and it will always be subsidized, right? Because you got to pay for more than one driver, right? You got to have a bus, you got to have a mechanic somewhere, you got to have a staff in San Antonio that coordinates it all. But it's, there's a lot of people that don't have rides, right? Most of those people, when I was a supervisor, was elderly people or people that are in wheelchairs, and every one of the buses, correct me if I'm wrong, are all that way, correct?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so it's a needed service, and they're looking at expanding. So my idea is the same as theirs, to get the ridership up so that number goes down. And I've always had a problem with that because you see a bus driving around with one person, right? And that always bothered me. Or sometimes you'd see a bus driving around with no person. But it is door-to-door service, so if I know you can call in. I think there's an app now for people to make a ride request, but they literally go to your house, pick you up. It's not exactly like Uber because they have time constraints in other places and doing other things, but they will get you there and get you back. And they're working on that to get the ridership up.
So I guess my question, so I understand that public transportation is subsidized. My question is this because we're just kind of half into this? Like, do we need to make a bigger contribution to public transit to get ridership up, to do things that other cities do to move people around the city? Like, is the $64 a cost because we haven't fully committed? And if that's the case, then should we consider fully committing? I don't know what that looks like, but should we consider, like developing a strategy for a full-time public transit system in New Braunfels that we need? And I realize that
we've been talking
kind
about
of a
that for a while.
circular
It's kind of a two
argument, right? Because you're like, well, you need to demonstrate ridership before you invest a whole bunch of money. But I mean, like,
But even if it's a fixed route, right, you're going to have one or two people on the bus sometimes. Seguin has a fixed route. When I was a supervisor here and over there, a couple of times we'd have, not that many people. So I think it's advertising, fixed route, and advertising. I'm saying advertising because I personally have picked up people from the courthouse and drove them to wherever it is they needed to go. They're working across the street and, kind of flagged me down, do I need a ride? And says, sure, I give you a ride. Do you know about art? No, I don't. What is it? So I had to explain it to them. So, I would appreciate it.
Because I think Councilman Campos is where we're going with this, is something, a conversation you're coming into. And it's good questions because I had to learn a lot about it too, was, what's our option? If Braunfels invest millions and millions of dollars in public transportation or utilize, this service for now until we get to that point? And then you can answer that better than I on that.
Yeah, and that's exactly what our transit development and implementation plan study is really going to answer. So what we're looking at doing is really working with ACOG, evaluating how do we enhance their service, get the word out, how much does it cost to provide, a next level of transit, but also what are the options? looking at microtransit, what VIA has implemented in San Antonio, which is Uber-esque, but at a certain cost, but then really keying back to the cost per trip. And I think that's the key thing, is that can we get a cost per trip in the current service with ACOG, but in another enhanced service? So that is really the intent for our transit development plan, but also long-term, what is really needed for a fixed route? Because you have to have the density for a fixed route for it to be successful. And right now, we just don't have the density. But when will we, and how much does that cost? So again, that's kind of really the intent of our transit development plan, is to answer those questions. And that's something that we've been charged to take care of this year. So again, we plan to get a consultant on board here in the next couple months, and then provide updates through city council, and also do another round of public outreach as well.
Okay, cool, thanks.
So I just have a couple of questions. When I was a supervisor, VIA came up and inspected the buses in all the different places because they're the one that gets all the grant money. Is that still a process? And they also go to the office and inspect all the records to make sure you're following the federal FTA guidelines for the grant applications?
Somebody from TxDOT just did a vehicle inspection on this Saturday, and they're going to conduct the second portion of it on October 23rd.
TxDOT or VIA?
TxDOT, it works with us, and then VIA will come out, but TxDOT is doing theirs first.
It was the hands-on
Both.
audit where they actually go out and
They go out, they
physically look at the buses.
They look at the buses, they test the lifts, they look at the drivability of them. It was an all-day process, and they made it through probably like 5 of the 13 counties. So,
And the buses we have in New Braunfels, what is their average age?
sorry?
The average age of the buses we have here?
The average age, we're right at 2018s for New Braunfels, because those were the transits that we purchased.
After I left, I got new buses. That's awesome. And then on one of the slides you had, our city was 14% of the total of the funding. If you could flip back a couple of slides.
Operations go.
There it was. If you
Right
go
there?
forward one. Go forward one.
This one?
Operation cost.
Yes, sir.
Maybe that's not the right one. I'm just wondering how much how much percentage does New Braunfels get from the FTA funding? Or what is our charge compared to the other cities that's in the 12 different counties?
Versus the other.
Versus how many trips we have? I just want to make sure it's even, right? That we're not paying more than our fair share. We're paying our fair share.
I would have to get you the answer to
Yeah,
that.
let us get you
Yes.
that,
I
Bradley.
wouldn't want to
because
misspeak.
Yeah, exactly.
And then lastly, I know y'all have reached out to the nonprofit communities. Y'all mind expanding on that at all? I know there was talk about donating a bus or something. I'm not sure if that ever happened, or some kind of vehicle.
Well, we had
the
our.
mayor was involved in it, so I'm not.
Correct. We had our meeting at the food bank and invited a bunch of the nonprofits, or as many of the nonprofits as we could find. A great number of them did come. Again, where we talked about the service, asked them to really help us message to their constituencies and their customers about the service. And we intend to follow up with those agencies, particularly around when we add the 2 new vehicles to the fleet that we want to use here in New Braunfels. And these will be 2 brand-new buses that we have on site. They are in service already, and we just want to get them wrapped. Right now, they're plain. We want to get them wrapped in some kind of New Braunfels theme, much like our Cowboy Connect that we have down in Pleasanton and Atascosa County, and then our Connect Seguin buses as well.
I just think it's important that you reach out to them and make sure that happens.
Absolutely. And we welcome, all of that was born here in this room several months ago with this council when you gave us some great ideas of what we needed to go do. We're still all ears. So whatever we need to do in terms of outreach, we are happy to go do that. This message needs to get out there. It's a great service, and we want to provide it to more constituents.
I'm very happy with the leadership. I know Dwayne's going to take it to the next level. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
My comments will be much briefer, so I'll try to be not because those weren't great comments, but my colleague has a lot of experience with it, so he can speak from that. But I just wanted to thank you. I've heard that you guys are talking with Cap Metro, and the reality is Austin and San Antonio Corridorplex. The Corridorplex grows together, and I travel 35 pretty much daily, and I see the Cap Metro share ride vehicles. And fortunately, my teenagers need stuff from a sporting goods store that we don't have here that they tell me they can only get in Selma. So I spend a few weekends, a month down in Selma, and I see a fleet of Cap Metro minivans and Pathfinders and things like that parked in that parking lot of that sporting goods store in Selma there. So, and I know we have a lot of folks in Braunfels that go north. So I appreciate y'all's efforts in the big planning down the road, recognizing that despite the fact we're in your service area, you're on the far northern fringe of that, and the reality is we have folks going the other direction as well. So thank you for acknowledging that.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
And I have one caveat. Do y'all mind talking about, it's important for the people that are listening, the service area and how much it costs? I know in the city's $2, but you go further, right, and there's hospitals in San Antonio that can go back and forth too. If you don't mind talking about that for the people at home watching.
Yes, what we have is within your county, it's going to be $2. One county over, it'll be $4 for, there, $4 back. 2 counties over would be $8. And if you go any further past that, it'll be $12. And that's just one way. So if you're in county and you're just trying to go from your home maybe to a Walmart or something to do some shopping or someplace to get your hair done, or if you have a medical appointment, whether it's your ambulatory or if it's a wheelchair need, we're able to take care of that as well. But $2 in county, $4 the next county over. 2 counties over, $8, and then the 12.
And there's discounts for veterans.
Oh yes, there's discounts for veterans. And at this present time, any of our route systems that we're currently running, Connects Again and Atascosa, as well, Cowboy Connect, there's no charge. We haven't charged since COVID. We're probably not going to go back to charging until mid-23, just to give everybody an opportunity to build back up their funds and things of that nature, give them ample notice before we go back to that. And that was only $1. It was $1. Anybody in uniform, military, first responders, police, or anything like that, if they choose ride, it's 50 cents. But that won't be coming back until probably July of 23.
And those rates haven't been raised in how long?
Oh, they haven't. I mean, over 8-9 years, I know for sure. We went to one of the large conferences not too long ago, and they talked about, just the fare structures and things of that nature, and that when they come back, you should try to raise them just because of how everything is inflated. But we're choosing just to stay where we're at. We know a lot of individuals at this point in time, they need that savings, and we're just trying to do the job that we've been doing it for free for a while now. So it's no need, and once we come back, we're going to go back to the same dollar rate that it was and move forward in that manner, just so that we can just continue to try to get people on the bus, get them to and from where they need to go, and do it in a safe manner.
Thank you.
And just speaking for myself, Dwayne mentioned visits to the hairdresser, barbershop. I think those ought to be about $50 a run. I don't have to go, so we don't, Dwayne, neither one of us have to worry about it. So I think, if you got hair, you ought to get a little penalization there. So just a little hair joke. So thank you.
Any other comments or questions? Okay, we'll open this up for public comment. Anyone wishing to ask any questions or make comments of Mr. Ford, Mr. Evans, or Mr. Blunser, step up to the podium. Okay, we'll close the public comment. What's the pleasure of council?
Recommend approval.
Okay, got a motion from Councilmember Spradley to recommend approval. Is there a second?
Second.
Councilmember Blakey has seconded that. Ms. Martin, would you please call the roll?
Councilmember Campos.
Aye.
Councilmember Willis.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Bowers.
Aye.
Councilmember Spradley.
Aye.
Councilmember Herda.
Aye.
Councilmember Blakey.
Aye.
Mayor Brockman.
Aye. Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you all
Appreciate you
very
guys
much.
being
Appreciate
here
you.
tonight. Thank you very much. Item 3E, discuss and consider approval of a resolution setting a public hearing to be held during the city council meeting on November 14th, 2022 to consider amendments to the roadway impact fees. Mr. Ford.
Yeah, this will be real short. Sarah, if you throw my slide up real quick. And really, the intent of this item is to set a public hearing for a potential update to the roadway impact fee. So, and here's the schedule. So we did present the proposed update of going to the maximum fee to the roadway impact fee advisory committee. So we made that presentation, and we also had a list of comparable cities. So what we'll be doing is bringing this to City Council at the next council meeting on 10/24. So we'll make that presentation, we'll share that information with y'all, and then get any direction from City Council, make those adjustments, take it back to the Roadway Impact Fee Advisory Committee for a recommendation to City Council, and then on November 14th, have the first public hearing and first reading of any changes to the roadway impact fee. So again, that's really, we're going to provide that schedule on potentially updating the roadway impact fee.
Any questions from council on item 3E? We'll open it up for public comment. Anybody wishing to ask questions or make comments on this item? Seeing none, what's the pleasure of council?
Move for approval.
Second.
Motion been made by Councilmember Hurta, seconded by Councilmember Campos to approve agenda item 3E. Ms. Martin, would you please call roll?
Councilmember Campos.
Aye.
Councilmember Willis.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Bowers.
Aye.
Councilmember Spradley.
Aye.
Councilmember Hurta.
Aye.
Councilmember Blakey.
Aye.
Mayor Brockman.
Aye, motion carries. Executive session, in accordance with the Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code Chapter 551, the City Council may convene in a closed session to discuss any of the items listed below. Any final action or vote on any executive session item will be taken in open session. Item A, deliberate the appointment, evaluation, duties, discipline, or removal of the municipal court judge in accordance with Section 551.074 of the Texas Government Code. Item B, deliberate pending contemplated litigation, settlement offers, and matters concerning privileged and unprivileged client information deemed confidential by Rule 1.05 of the Texas Disciplinary Rules of Professional Conduct in accordance with Section 551.071 of the Texas Government Code, specifically Chapter 242 of the Texas Local Government Code, and proposed replacement of the current interlocal agreement with Guadalupe County on subdivision development regulations. Item C, deliberate issues regarding economic development negotiations in accordance with Section 551.087 of the Texas Government Code, specifically Project New. We will adjourn into executive session at 11:46 p.m. Okay, we have returned from executive session at 12:58 p.m. on Monday, October the 10th, 2022, with action to be taken.
On item A, Mayor?
Yes.
On item A.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to vote of confidence for Municipal Court Judge Rosa Mora, and also increase her base annual salary to $136,278 payable in installments at the same time as other employees of the city are paid, effective today.
Thank you. Effective on the 11th, and I did say the 10th again, but it is Tuesday, October the 11th, 2022 at 12:59 a.m.
Mayor, I need to make one correction or seek guidance from Ms. Acevedo. The document that was printed shows this amendment shall become effective October 1st. So in spirit of that, is it possible to say effective October 1st pay period? Or it would have to be today?
That's up to the council.
Okay, then I would like to amend my amendment. Once again, vote of confidence for Municipal Court Judge Rosa Zamora for an annual salary of $136,270 payable installments at the same time as employees, effective October 1st, 2022.
Second.
We have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Bowers, seconded by Councilmember Hurta. Ms. Martin, would you please call roll?
Councilmember Campos.
Aye.
Councilmember Willis.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Bowers.
Aye.
Councilmember Spradley.
Aye.
Councilmember Hurta.
Aye.
Councilmember Blakey.
Aye.
Mayor Brockman.
Aye. Motion carries. Thank you. Okay, we will return. Pardon? Did you sneeze?
She stopped her sneeze, I think. I think she said aye as well.
We will return to executive session at 1 a.m. on Tuesday, Okay, we have returned at 1:05 a.m. on Tuesday, October the 11th, 2022, from executive session. No action was taken or is to be taken, so we stand adjourned.